Every Pokémon game carries within it a particular kind of quiet architecture, a structure built not just from roots and towns, but from the accumulated weight of choices made by the people who designed them. Each title in the series represents a distinct moment in time, a specific set of decisions about what a Pokémon game could be and what it might mean to the people playing it. These are the stories behind the stories, the designs beneath the designs, the intentions that shape the worlds players have returned to across decades. If you find this kind of calm exploration worth your time, consider subscribing to join the Cozy Club and let me know where you're watching from tonight. The history of these games is long and layered, stretching back across generations to a time when the very idea of a game built around collecting and training creatures felt entirely new. There is something remarkable about how each game in the series managed to feel both familiar and distinct, how the same fundamental structure could carry so many different tones and textures depending on the region, the characters, and the creative team behind it. Every game added something, refined something, occasionally stumbled, and occasionally achieved something genuinely surprising. The journey through each of these titles is less a march through history and more a quiet drift down a river that flows in unexpected directions, widening in some places and narrowing in others. This is a long and unhurried look at every major Pokémon game across the main series, exploring what each one was reaching for and what it managed to find. The pacing here will be slow and reflective, moving the way understanding tends to move in the quiet hours, arriving not all at once but gradually, like warmth returning to a room. Let the words settle as they come. There is no urgency here, only story after gentle story unfolding through the night. The beginning of the Pokémon series is a story about simplicity carrying an enormous amount of weight. Pokémon Red version and Pokémon Blue version arrived in Japan in February of 1996, and when they reached the rest of the world in the years that followed, they carried with them a premise that was modest in its framing but vast in its implications. A young person leaves home, receives a first partner from a professor, and sets out across a region filled with wild creatures. The goal, stated clearly from the very beginning, was to capture and catalog every species of Pokémon in the world. What made this simple premise work so well was not any particular complexity in the telling, but rather the texture of the world that surrounded it. Kanto, the region these first games depicted, felt genuinely alive in the way that small, carefully constructed spaces can feel alive. It had cities that each carried their own personality. A port town with an aquarium, a mountain settlement where psychics lived, a seaside city humming with the rhythms of a cycling road. Each gym leader occupied a distinct corner of this region, and defeating them felt less like completing a checklist and more like moving through a place with real geography. The storytelling in these games was spare by design. Dialogue was brief, characters rarely lingered, and the world handed most of its meaning to the player through implication rather than explanation. Professor Oak sent a child out into a world of creatures whose powers could bend the laws of physics, and no one in that world thought particularly hard about what that meant. The genius of this approach was that it placed the player's imagination at the center of everything. The world offered the outlines, and the mind filled in the rest. Team Rocket appeared early and often in these games, and they functioned less as a genuinely threatening villain organization and more as a recurring obstacle. Their agents blocked roads, occupied hideouts, and sought rare and powerful Pokémon for reasons that were vaguely criminal but never especially alarming. Their boss, a man named Giovanni who also happened to be the final gym leader, represented a tidy narrative loop that felt satisfying even without a great deal of build-up. The reveal that the last gym leader was also the leader of the criminal organization, was a small but effective piece of design, making the world feel slightly more connected than it initially appeared. The rival in these games, known in various contexts as Blue or by whatever name the player chose to give him, stood apart from almost every rival character who would follow in later generations. He was combative in a way that felt motivated, always one step ahead, always pressing forward with an edge that demanded the player match his pace. His dialogue was minimal but purposeful, and his presence throughout the game created a consistent sense of being measured, of needing to prove something, not just to yourself but to someone watching. He became the champion before you did, and finding him waiting at the end of the game felt like a conclusion that had been earned by both parties. There was also a quieter layer to these games, one that became more visible with time and reflection. Certain moments in the journey carried an unexpected weight. The ghost of a Marowak haunting a tower in Lavender Town, the sleeping giant of a Snorlax blocking the roads between towns, indifferent to the world moving around it, a basement beneath a city filled with creatures that had been abandoned or set aside, each occupying a space the world had not quite prepared for them. These details did not announce themselves. They simply existed, and players encountered them and understood something wordless and lasting. The mechanics and the story of these games were so tightly woven together that separating them was almost impossible. Every badge earned opened a new piece of the world. Every Pokémon caught added something to the collection and to the sense of a journey accumulating meaning. The 8 gym badges, the 4 members of the Elite Four, the champion waiting beyond them. This structure was not a complex narrative arc, but it functioned as one because the player built their own story inside it. Every party was different. Every path through the game was different, and that difference made the experience personal in a way that few games had achieved before. When the credits rolled on these first games, the feeling they left behind was not the feeling of a story that had concluded. It was something closer to the feeling of a door opening. The world had been visited, the creature catalog had been filled, or perhaps not quite filled, and there was a sense that this place continued existing even after the player set down the cartridge. Kanto felt real in the particular way that only the most carefully crafted imaginary places can feel real, with an interior life that the games never fully explained and did not need to. The second generation arrived in the form of Pokémon Gold version and Pokémon Silver version, and they carried with them something that the first games could not have offered, which was the weight of expectation. Players who had spent years with Kanto brought with them specific feelings and memories, and the new games had to find a way to honor those feelings while creating something genuinely new. The solution the designers found was elegant in its boldness. They built an entirely new region called Johto and then quietly connected it, through geography and through time, to the world that already existed. Johto was a different kind of place than Kanto. Where Kanto had felt purposeful and forward-moving, Johto carried a quieter energy, something more meditative and rooted in a sense of the past. The towns here were smaller, more traditional in their aesthetic, connected to older practices and rhythms. Ekritake City, with its ancient towers and its connection to legendary creatures, felt like a place that had been waiting for a visitor, rather than a place that had grown up around the traffic of travelers. The region had a different kind of atmosphere, and it shaped the stories the games told inside it. The plot of Gold and Silver introduced a villain team that felt more genuinely threatening than Team Rocket had in the first games, even though the villain team was still Team Rocket. The difference was in how they were presented. Rather than simply blocking roads and occupying buildings, the Rocket members in Johto were operating a specific kind of scheme, broadcasting radio signals in an attempt to call their missing leader back to them. The detail of an organization broadcasting a summons for a leader who had abandoned them, carried an emotional resonance that the first game's villain plots had not reached for. These were not cartoonish criminals. They were people waiting for something that was not coming. The legendary creatures of this generation carried more narrative weight than any in the series before them. Ho-Oh and Lugia occupied specific places in the world, not just as rare encounters, but as presences that the game built towards slowly, through the towns and towers and stories that surrounded them. A burned tower in Ekritake held within it the history of creatures who had perished there and been given a second life by a golden bird of resurrection. The game explained this in fragments, through conversations with an old man in a gym, through the ruins of a building that had once stood tall. The information arrived quietly, without fanfare, and accumulated into something that felt genuine. The rival in gold and silver was a departure from what the first games had established, and that departure was deliberate. Rather than a competitive and combative figure who pushed the player forward through challenge, the rival here was defined by something closer to absence. He had stolen his first Pokémon from the professor, rather than receiving one, and his relationship to the creatures he carried felt cold, transactional, something to be used rather than to be cared for. Meeting him throughout the journey created a different kind of tension, less about being bested and more about a question that the game raised without fully answering. Why was this person here, and what was he looking for? The post-game content in these titles was unprecedented in scope for a mainline Pokémon game. After defeating the champion of Johto and watching the credits roll, players found that the journey had not concluded. The entire region of Kanto had been preserved and made accessible, and an encounter with the champion of the first games waited at the summit of the highest mountain in the world. Reaching that summit and facing that trainer was one of the most quietly affecting moments the series has produced, not because of anything that was said, but because of what the moment represented. Time had passed, the journey continued, the world was larger than it first appeared. There was a gentleness to the second generation that set it apart from what came before and what came after. The cycle of days and nights, which changed which Pokémon appeared and what events occurred throughout the world, made the games feel inhabited in a new way. Morning felt different from afternoon, and afternoon felt different from the quiet hours of late evening. The world breathed, and players who spent time with it came to understand its rhythms, the way you come to understand the rhythms of a place you live in for a long time. The third generation represents a significant shift in the texture of Pokémon's world building, arriving in the form of Pokémon Ruby version and Pokémon Sapphire version on hardware that allowed for richer visuals and more complex mechanics. The Hoenn region was unlike either Kanto or Johto in its geography and in its atmosphere, built around the tension between land and sea, between volcanic islands and endless ocean routes. It was a region that wore its elemental themes openly, and the games built their central conflict directly out of that tension. Where the first generation had featured criminals who stole Pokémon, and the second had featured criminals who broadcast signals into the sky, the third generation introduced something more philosophically ambitious. Two organizations, each certain of their own righteousness, pursued the radical transformation of the world through the power of legendary creatures. One sought to expand the seas until they covered everything. The other sought to expand the land until the oceans vanished entirely. Neither saw themselves as villains. Both believed that the world needed to be remade. This framing made the conflict of the Hoenn games feel different from what had come before. The threat was not a group of criminals with selfish motivations, but a pair of ideological movements, each convinced that existence itself needed to be restructured. The legendary creatures at the center of this conflict, ancient titans capable of reshaping the physical world, were not items to be stolen, but forces to be awakened and directed. The stakes felt genuinely enormous, even though the game surrounded these enormous stakes with the same familiar rhythm of gym battles and route traversal that defined every entry in the series. The Hoenn region itself carried a warmth and vibrancy that felt new. The routes connecting its cities were filled with moisture and color, thick with tropical life that seemed to press in from every direction. The ocean routes that separated many of the region's islands created a sense of genuine distance, of a world where places were not simply adjacent, but separated by genuine expanses of water that had to be crossed. Surfing across these routes, watching the weather shift and the waves move, created a particular kind of quietude that the Kanto and Johto routes had not quite achieved. The characters who inhabited this generation's story were not especially deep by later standards, but they served the game's purposes well. The champion of the Hoenn region, a woman named Wallace in the original Sapphire version, and a geologist named Stephen in Ruby, both carried a dignity and a genuine presence that made the final challenge feel earned. The gym leaders were diverse and interesting in their own right, each occupying a type specialization that felt connected to their personality rather than arbitrary. The storytelling was not reaching for the emotional complexity it would find in later generations, but it was beginning to understand what complexity might look like. The battle mechanics introduced in this generation would shape competitive Pokémon play for years and decades. The ability system, which gave each Pokémon a passive trait that activated during battle, added a layer of strategic depth that had not existed before. Certain abilities changed the fundamental rules of specific situations, making creatures that seemed weak in isolation suddenly capable in combination. This innovation did not announce itself as the major shift it would become, but the games built around it began to feel denser and more considered in their moment-to-moment play. The connectivity features of this generation hinted at futures the series was still learning to imagine. Players could communicate wirelessly, trade and battle with friends across short distances, and access game content through real-world events in ways that made the games feel less like self-contained experiences and more like social objects. The world of Pokémon was beginning to understand that it existed not just on a screen, but between people, in the conversations and trades and battles that occurred wherever players found each other. The fourth generation carried a weight of ambition that distinguished it from its predecessors in ways both exciting and occasionally uneven. Pokémon Diamond version and Pokémon Pearl version arrived on the Nintendo DS and introduced a region called Sinnoh, which occupied a northern landscape of deep forests, ancient mountains, and severe winters. The region's aesthetic was more restrained and serious than Hoenn's tropical brightness, and the games that set their story there reflected that seriousness in their tone and in their narrative ambitions. The villain of this generation was a man named Cyrus, and he was genuinely unlike anything the series had produced before him. Where previous villain organization leaders had wanted to steal powerful Pokémon or reshape the physical world in ways that served their preferences, Cyrus wanted to unmake existence itself. He found the concept of human emotion and human spirit to be the source of all conflict and all suffering, and his plan involved using legendary creatures of immeasurable power to destroy the current universe and create a new one, devoid of what he considered weakness. He was calm, articulate, and absolutely certain that he was right. This ideological commitment to nihilism made Cyrus a compelling figure in a way that the series' previous villains had not achieved. He was not motivated by greed or territorial ambition. He was motivated by a philosophical conviction that the world was fundamentally broken and that he alone had identified the correct solution. His dialogue throughout the game carried a consistency of worldview that made him feel genuinely realized, and his encounters with the player had a different emotional register than the confrontations of earlier games. He was not trying to defeat a child. He was noting, with something close to indifference, that a child had chosen to oppose him. The legendary creatures of Sinnoh occupied a place in the game's cosmology that felt more mythologically serious than most of what had come before. The trio of lake spirits, small creatures who each embodied a concept related to the nature of consciousness, connected to a creator dragon of almost incomprehensible scale. The game built toward the revelation of this dragon slowly and deliberately, through ruins and libraries and conversations with people who had spent their lives studying the region's myths. When the dragon itself appeared in the game's climactic moments, it arrived with the weight of everything that had built toward it. The pacing of these games was their most significant weakness, and it was significant enough that many players who loved the generation's mythology and characters found themselves frustrated by the journey through it. Certain routes and caves stretched on longer than the game's rhythms required. Text advanced more slowly than it should have. The friction of moving through the world accumulated in ways that worked against the game's strengths rather than supporting them. The story that Diamond and Pearl wanted to tell was large and genuinely compelling, but the games sometimes struggled to get out of their own way long enough to tell it clearly. The rivals in this generation were divided between two characters, one who was competitive and eager, and one who was warm and supportive, and the dynamic between them created an interesting tension that the games used well. The relationship between these characters and the player moved in a gentler register than the confrontational energy of earlier rivals, and their journeys through the game felt like genuine character arcs rather than simply a series of challenge encounters. By the end, they felt like people who had changed, which was itself something new for the series. The physical and special attack split introduced in this generation reorganized how the series thought about battle strategy in ways that affected every subsequent game. Previously, whether an attack was physical or special had been determined by its type alone. The redesign made this determination based on the individual move rather than the category, and the effect was to create enormous strategic possibilities that had not existed before. Creatures that had been limited by the previous system found new utility. New team combinations became viable. The competitive landscape shifted dramatically, and the shift was for the better. The fifth generation stands apart from everything else in the mainline series in ways that players and critics have spent years trying to articulate. Pokémon Black version and Pokémon White version arrived in Japan in September of 2010, and they brought with them a narrative ambition that the series had been building toward but had not yet fully reached. The Unova region, based loosely on the geography and energy of New York City, was the most urban and modern-feeling region the games had depicted, and the story told within it was the most genuinely complex the series had attempted. The central question of these games was not whether an evil organization could be stopped, but whether the premise of Pokémon itself was morally defensible. A young man named N, who had been raised in isolation from other people and who had spent his childhood in communion only with Pokémon who had suffered at human hands, arrived at the conviction that keeping Pokémon and battling with them was a form of cruelty. He did not want to steal Pokémon or destroy the world. He wanted to liberate every Pokémon from every trainer, because he believed that was what justice required. This framing created a situation that few games in any genre had attempted, which was to take the villain's argument seriously, and was not wrong in the way that previous villains had been wrong, through selfishness or confusion or simple malice. He was wrong in a way that required genuine engagement with the question he was asking. The player's character and N traveled toward each other throughout the game, both certain of their positions, and their final confrontation felt less like a boss battle and more like a debate that had been building through every previous encounter. The older man behind N, a figure named Getsus, who had raised N specifically to use him as a weapon, added a layer of genuine darkness to the story that felt unprecedented. Getsis did not believe in N's idealism. He intended to use the liberation of all Pokémon to leave himself as the only trainer in the world, and he had manipulated a young person's genuine compassion toward that end. The revelation of Getsis's true nature recontextualized everything that had come before, and the emotional charge of the game's final sequences came directly from how completely N had been deceived by the person he trusted most. The region of Unova was designed with a circular structure that allowed the player to move through it in ways that felt natural rather than strictly directed. The gym leaders were placed throughout the region, not as arbitrary obstacles, but as characters with their own stories and motivations, each carrying a specific relationship to the game's central themes. The champion of the region, a young woman named Iris, who would recur in the sequel games, embodied a particular kind of confidence and warmth that felt earned by everything the player had seen of her throughout the journey. These games also made a deliberate and somewhat controversial creative choice to present an entirely new set of Pokémon species without including any creatures from previous generations until the post-game content. The intention was to give the new species room to be discovered and appreciated without the constant comparison to the familiar faces of earlier generations. Some players found this refreshing, others found it limiting, but the effect was to create a generation of Pokémon that were understood primarily on their own terms, and the designs of the 5th-generation creatures are now widely considered among the most creative and distinctive the series has produced. The immediate sequel to these games, Pokémon Black Version 2 and Pokémon White Version 2, arrived the following year and continued the story of Unova 2 years later. The region had changed, new towns had appeared, old characters had aged and shifted in their circumstances, and the world felt genuinely consequential in a way that was new. The sequels told a different kind of story than their predecessors, one centered on memory and on the ways that past events shaped the present, and they handled that story with a pacing and clarity that improved on some of the original game's structural issues. The 6th generation carried within it a particular kind of cultural aspiration. Pokémon X and Pokémon Y arrived in October of 2013 as the first mainline games built specifically for the three-dimensional capabilities of the Nintendo 3DS, and the resulting visual presentation was a significant departure from the series' established aesthetic. Characters moved through fully modeled environments, battles displayed Pokémon in three-dimensional space, and the overall look of the games carried a brightness and polish that felt modern in a way the previous entries had not. The Kalos region, designed around the aesthetic and atmosphere of France, was perhaps the most visually beautiful region the series had created. Its rolling countryside, its cities built around grand plazas and ancient monuments, its sense of a place that valued elegance and refinement, all of this came through in the game's design in ways that were genuinely lovely. The central city of Lumiose, a great urban sprawl built around a tower that reached toward the sky, had an energy and a scale that no Pokémon city had matched before. Moving through it felt different from moving through any previous region's towns. The story these games tried to tell was reaching for something that their execution did not fully support. A young man named Lysandre, wealthy and haunted by a particular kind of despair about the state of the world, led an organization that intended to reset existence by activating a weapon of ancient and devastating power. He had concluded that humanity's greed and destructiveness were insoluble problems, and that the most compassionate response was to eliminate all life and begin again. The argument carried echoes of what the previous generation had explored, but it was delivered with less consistency and less care. The friendship themes that ran through these games were some of the most warmly rendered the series had managed. The player character arrived in Kalos as a newcomer and was quickly gathered into a group of young people who traveled together, battled together, and supported each other through the journey. The inclusion of these traveling companions added a social texture to the adventure that most previous games had not attempted. The conversations between these characters, their celebrations, and their disagreements made the game feel more inhabited and more alive, even when the central plot was struggling. The Mega Evolution mechanic introduced in this generation was the most visually dramatic power-up system the series had presented, transforming certain Pokémon into temporary enhanced forms during battle. The system added an element of spectacular escalation to the game's battles, and it connected narrative meaning to mechanical function in interesting ways. Certain Mega Evolutions were tied specifically to the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon, and the game's themes of friendship and partnership made this connection feel appropriate rather than arbitrary. The champion battle at the end of these games was among the most emotionally resonant the series had produced, not because of any particular complexity in the narrative leading to it, but because of the relationship the game had spent its entire length building between the player character and the person waiting at the end. The moment of that encounter arrived with the weight of everything that had been shared, and the warmth of it was genuine. It was the kind of conclusion that did not need to explain what it meant, because it had shown the meaning throughout. The game's most significant weakness was a difficulty level that many players found insufficiently challenging, making the journey feel more like a pleasant tour of a beautiful region than an adventure with genuine stakes. The gym battles, the trainer encounters along the routes, the Elite Four itself, all of these moved past without much resistance for players with any experience of previous entries. This reduced the sense of accomplishment that the earlier games had provided, and while the experience remained enjoyable, it felt lighter than it might have. The 7th generation arrived on the same hardware as the 6th, but with a profoundly different sense of what it wanted to be. Pokémon Sun and Pokémon Moon, released in November of 2016, brought the series to a region called Alola, an island chain based on the geography and culture of Hawaii. The region was warm and inviting in a way that felt immediately distinct, and the games replaced the traditional gym structure with a series of island trials that allowed them to explore the culture of the region more thoroughly than a simple badge collecting system would have permitted. The story of Sun and Moon is widely considered the most fully realized narrative the mainline series had produced at the time of its release. The player character arrived in Alola as a newcomer who had moved from another region with their family, and the sense of displacement and arrival shaped the emotional texture of the entire game. The young characters the player met and traveled alongside were drawn with more care and consistency than any previous generation had managed. Their motivations were comprehensible, their developments were visible, and their moments of genuine feeling landed with a weight that previous games had occasionally sought but rarely achieved. The relationship at the center of the story was the one between a young woman named Lily and her mother, a researcher named Lusamine, who had become consumed by an obsession with a class of extra-dimensional creatures called Ultra Beasts. Lusamine's deterioration from a person of brilliance and care into someone who had lost the ability to recognize the harm she was causing was depicted with a specificity and a restraint that made it genuinely affecting. Lily's journey toward finding her own strength and her own sense of self, independent of her mother's expectations, and her mother's brokenness, was one of the most thoughtful character arcs the series had ever followed. The trials that replaced gym battles in Alola were varied in structure, requiring players to complete specific tasks or challenges before facing a powerful creature called a totem Pokémon that had been granted enhanced power by the environment around it. This variation in format made the progression through the game feel more textured and less predictable than the strictly sequential gym challenge of previous regions. Not every trial was equally successful, but the overall effect was to make the journey feel more like a genuine exploration of a place and its traditions than a march through a series of challenges. The legendary Pokémon of this generation occupied a different kind of narrative space than their predecessors. Solgaleo and Lunala, the primary legendaries of Sun and Moon respectively, were connected to the story through the character of Nebby, a small creature that traveled with Lily throughout the game and grew alongside the player's journey. The revelation of what Nebby ultimately was and what it was capable of becoming arrived with genuine emotional resonance because the game had spent its full length making that creature matter before it became something mythological. The rival structure of these games included a young man named Hao, who was cheerful and supportive rather than combative, and whose arc involved learning to want things for himself rather than simply to fulfill the expectations of a beloved grandfather. The game was honest about the limitations of his earlier self and patient about the development that brought him forward. His final encounter with the player carried a different emotional weight than any previous rival battle because it came from affection rather than competition. The game's most significant structural challenge was the pacing of their early sections, which kept a tight control over the player's movement through the world for longer than was entirely comfortable. The tutorials and guided sequences that shaped the opening hours were extensive enough that some players felt they did not take full control of their journey until well past the point the game had established its foundations. This was a deliberate choice, driven by a desire to tell the story with care, but it created friction for players who came to the games with experience and wanted to move at their own pace. Within this long arc of games stretching from the original Kanto adventure through the island trials of Alola, certain patterns emerge that reveal something genuine about what the series has always been searching for. Each generation has carried within it a question that the previous generations raised without fully answering, and the search for that answer has shaped the world and the characters and the stories that each new game produced. The question of what it means to be a trainer, to form a relationship with a wild creature, and to carry that creature into battle has never been far from the surface of these games. The first generation ignored it entirely, content to establish the premise without interrogating it. The second generation softened it through the genuine bonds it depicted between trainers and their companions. The third began to explore the ways that ambition could override care through the stories of people who wanted to reshape the world rather than simply inhabit it. The fifth generation confronted it directly and found, in the confrontation, the most complex and searching story the series had yet produced. The shape of each villain has reflected the generation's particular anxieties and ambitions. Team Rocket wanted money and power, which was simple and in its simplicity effective. The teams of Hoenn wanted ideological transformation, which was more ambitious and more interesting. Cyrus of Sinnoh wanted negation itself, which was philosophically darker than anything before it. Getsus used a young person's genuine idealism as a weapon, which was perhaps the most genuinely unsettling villain motivation the series had found. Lysandra of Kalos sought beauty through destruction, which was thematically rich, but narratively underdelivered. The legendary Pokémon of each generation have told their own quiet story about what the designers wanted the world to feel like. Mewtwo, the artificial creature of the first generation, embodied questions about creation and power and the ethics of bringing something into existence only to use it. So-Oh and Lugia embodied elemental balance and ancient promise. Groudon and Kyogre embodied the forces of a planet that existed long before any trainer walked through it. The creation trio of Sinnoh placed the world's existence itself in the narrative foreground. Reshiram and Zekrom embodied the truths and ideals that give life its meaning. The legendary of Alola emerged from a creature the player had known and cared for, which was perhaps the most intimate connection between narrative and mythology the series had achieved. The gym leaders across all these generations created a kind of geography of character, each occupying their specific type and their specific city and their specific way of understanding the world. Brock of the first generation carried a solemnity that suggested someone who had been carrying responsibility longer than he should have been asked to carry it. Whitney of the second generation was cheerful and occasionally infuriating and genuinely memorable. Fantina of the fourth generation moved with the grace of someone who had decided long ago to inhabit her particular passion completely. Elasa of the fifth generation was glamorous and considered and more aware of what her visibility meant than almost any gym leader before or after her. Each of these characters contributed to the sense that the world of Pokémon was inhabited by people with their own inner lives, even when the games gave those lives only the briefest space to breathe. The structure of the Elite Four, which appeared in one form or another across nearly every generation, created a particular kind of anticipation that became one of the series' most reliable rhythms. By the time a player reached the doorway of the Pokémon League, they had traveled the entire length of a region, encountered its gym leaders, tangled with its villain organization, and navigated its geography from one edge to another. The four chambers beyond that doorway represented the final compression of everything the journey had been, and the champion waiting beyond them carried the weight of all of it. What the series has always understood, sometimes explicitly and sometimes only instinctively, is that the champion battle matters most because of everything that preceded it. It is not particularly remarkable as a battle on its own terms. It is remarkable because of who the player has become by the time they reach it, and because of what the region they have spent their journey in has come to mean to them. The games that handled this moment best were the ones that had spent their full length preparing for it, building relationships and revealing truths and establishing a world that felt worth protecting. The long quietude of these games, the thing that allows them to be revisited years after their initial release and still hold something genuine, is rooted in the particular way they balance structure and freedom. Every mainline Pokémon game has a route, a set path from one gym badge to the next, from the starting town to the final challenge. But within that path, there has always been space for deviation, for lingering, for the particular choices that make one person's journey through the same region entirely different from another's. A player who chose to begin their Kanto journey with a Charmander experienced something fundamentally different from a player who chose Bulbasaur or Squirtle, not just in the battles that followed, but in the relationship at the center of their adventure. The creature at your side shaped what the world offered you and how it felt to move through it. This simple mechanic, the choice of a first companion, has been the emotional foundation of every game in the series, and it has never lost its power despite decades of repetition. The routes between towns in these games deserve their own gentle attention because they are more than simply the connective tissue between story beats. A long route winding through tall grass at dusk, with the ambient sounds of a region settling into evening, is its own kind of experience. The routes of Johto, traversed at different times of day, populated with different creatures depending on the hour, felt like places that continued existing when no one was walking through them. The routes of Hoenn, many of them built across or through water, had a vastness that made the world feel genuinely large. The routes of Sinnoh, cut through with blizzards on their upper reaches, carried a severity that matched the region's thematic weight. The Pokémon centers that occupied every town in every game created a particular kind of emotional grammar. They were safe places, consistent and warm, and their presence meant that rest was always available, that the journey could always be resumed from a position of readiness rather than exhaustion. The nurse Joy, who occupied each center, was the same in every town, which was a quiet form of comfort. Some things in these games were designed to change, and some were designed to remain constant, and the constants provided an emotional anchor for everything that shifted around them. The Pokédex itself, as an object within these worlds, carried a meaning that the games gestured toward without ever fully examining. Professor Oak in the first generation gave a young person a sophisticated technological device and sent them into the world to fill it with information. The implication was that this information was valuable, that documenting the creatures of the world was worthwhile and important, that the work of observation and understanding had dignity. Every generation's professor had a version of this mission, and the player undertook it with or without thinking about what it meant. But the meaning was there, quiet and consistent, beneath the surface of every adventure. The towns and cities of these games were small enough to memorize and varied enough to remain interesting. Pallet Town, barely a settlement at all, just 4 buildings and a stretch of grass on the edge of an unexplored world. Goldenrod City, large enough to feel like a genuine urban center, with a department store and a radio tower and an underground passage connecting its northern and southern halves. Slateport City in Hoenn, bustling with the energy of a port where the sea came to meet the land. Castelia City in Unhurried, modeled on the grid and the scale of a real metropolis, filling the screen with towers and streets and the sense of a place where many lives happened simultaneously. The music that accompanied all of these places was its own kind of language, and it shaped the emotional experience of the games in ways that were profound and sometimes underappreciated. The composers who worked on these soundtracks understood something about repetition and about the particular quality of melodies that could be heard hundreds of times without exhausting their capacity to evoke something. Certain pieces of music from these games have stayed with players for decades, not as intellectual memories, but as felt ones, capable of returning entire worlds to the surface of experience with a few notes. The connection between generations is one of the most quietly remarkable things about the long arc of the mainline series. Each new game arrived as something genuinely new, with a new region, a new cast of characters, a new set of creatures, and yet each one was built from materials laid down by everything that had come before. The type matchup system, established in the first generation, carried forward into every subsequent game, growing more complex with each new type introduced, but maintaining the fundamental logic that had always governed it. The friendship mechanic, which first appeared in the second generation, deepened into a central narrative and mechanical theme in later entries. The recurring characters who appeared across generations created a sense of a world that was genuinely continuous rather than episodic. Red, the protagonist of the first games, appeared as an optional challenge in the second, and the emotional resonance of that encounter came directly from the space of years that separated the two games. Seeing a character who had been the player's avatar in one game reappear as a legendary trainer in another was a way of acknowledging that time passed in this world, even between games, that the journeys that had been completed did not simply disappear but continued, carried forward in the lives of the people who had undertaken them. The professors who anchored each generation to their region created a lineage of scholarship and curiosity that ran through every entry in the series. Named for trees in the first several generations, each professor occupied a specific kind of authority in their game's world, the person who stood at the beginning and offered the tools for the journey. Their research varied, their personalities varied, and their relationships to the player character varied, but their function remained consistent, which was to establish that the world beyond the starting town was worth exploring and that the player was equipped to explore it. The towns named after geological features in the first generation and after celestial objects in later ones, The creatures whose designs drew from every corner of biological and cultural possibility, the regions each building on the ones before, while establishing their own distinct identity, all of these accumulated into something that felt, taken together, like a genuine mythology. Not a mythology in the formal sense, but a mythology in the experiential sense, a body of stories and places and characters that had passed through enough lives to have acquired the weight of the genuinely shared. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that these games have been played by multiple generations of people now, that children who experienced Kanto for the first time have grown into parents who watch their own children experience it, or experience Johto or Hoenn or any of the regions that followed. The emotional architecture of these games was built for children, but has proven durable enough to hold the weight of adult experience as well. The nostalgia they generate is not merely the nostalgia for simpler times, though it contains that, but also the nostalgia for a specific quality of attention and wonder that the games themselves made possible, and that in the right conditions, though, they can still restore. The stories these games tell have become more sophisticated with each generation, but they have not become more important just than the experience of playing them. The narrative of every mainline Pokémon game exists in service of something larger than itself, which is the particular feeling of inhabiting a world filled with creatures and setting out to understand it. The plot provides direction, gives meaning to the journey, establishes why this specific adventure matters rather than any other. But the journey is the thing itself, and the journey has always been more capacious than any plot could be. What a trainer brings to their first steps out of their hometown is different from what they carry 10 hours into their journey, and different again from what they carry at the moment they stand before the champion. The games track this growth through levels and badges, and the expanding list of moves that each creature has mastered, but the tracking is a record of something that happened elsewhere, in the silent accumulation of decisions and encounters that the games provided the context for, but could not themselves contain. The creatures themselves carry meaning that the games have never had to explain. Certain Pokémon have become cultural objects that exist independently of any specific game, recognizable to people who have never played a single entry in the series. The creatures of the first generation, particularly, carry a weight of familiarity that extends far beyond gaming into the broader landscape of shared visual culture. But even within the games, the creatures work through a kind of visual and conceptual storytelling that has always been one of the series' most underappreciated skills. A well-designed Pokémon tells a story through its appearance, a story about what kind of creature it is, what it does, where it lives, what it might be like to encounter it in whatever version of wilderness the games depict. The best designs achieve this without any text at all, communicating through silhouette and color and the specific expressive qualities of how they hold themselves. The worst designs communicate nothing beyond their visual elements, which is why the best of them have always felt like genuinely alive presences rather than simply pleasant illustrations. The decision each trainer makes about which creatures to carry forward and which to leave behind is one of the fundamental emotional experiences of these games. No one plays through a Pokémon game with every creature available to them. The party is limited, the choices are real, and the creatures left behind wait in the storage system that each game provides. There is something in this that resonates beyond the mechanical. The party you carried through your most significant Pokémon adventure is a record of choices that were genuinely yours, and remembering those creatures is a way of remembering who you were when you played alongside them. As these games have accumulated into a long series, certain things have become visible that were not visible from inside any individual entry. The series has always been more interested in the texture of its worlds than in the complexity of its plots, And the most successful entries have been the ones that understood this clearly enough to let the world carry the weight that the narrative could not. Kanto was successful not because its story was sophisticated, but because it was a place that players could inhabit completely. Johto was successful not because its story was more complex than Kanto's, but because it was a place with a different kind of depth, rooted in continuity and in the sense that the world had been there before the player arrived and would continue after they left. The games that have struggled have tended to be the ones that tried to make the narrative do work that the world was not supporting. A complicated story in a region that does not feel fully realized cannot carry the weight that the same story in a fully lived-in world might manage. The balance between narrative ambition and world-building care is perhaps the most difficult balance the series has had to find, and not every generation has found it with equal success. What the series has always done well, with remarkably few exceptions, is understand that the person playing the game is already bringing something to the experience. The player arrives with their own imagination, their own emotional state, their own history with the series or without it. The games work best when they create enough space for that imagination to operate, when they suggest rather than dictate, when they leave enough quiet room for the player's own investment to fill the world with meaning. The ending of each game, the moment after the credits roll and the world continues, has always been one of the series' most quietly powerful tools. The first generation ended and kept going, offering the remaining creatures to be caught, the other trainers to be revisited. The second generation ended and opened a door into a world you thought you had already completed. The games have consistently understood that an ending is not a conclusion, that the world does not stop because the credits have finished. And this understanding has shaped the way players have related to these games, which is less as stories with beginnings and middles and ends, and more as places that can be returned to, that hold something different every time. The gradual accumulation of these places, these regions and their inhabitants, into a series that spans nearly 3 decades of games represents one of the more remarkable achievements in the history of the medium. Not because any individual game is the greatest ever made, though several of them are among the most beloved, but because together they have created something that has proven capable of holding the attention and the affection of extraordinary numbers of people across extraordinary spans of time. The reasons for this are many and complicated, but at their center is something simple. These games are about setting out. They are about the moment when you choose your first companion and the world beyond the starting town opens up and becomes available to you. They are about the particular quality of attention that comes with not knowing what is around the next corner and wanting to find out. And they are about the creatures you meet and the creatures you carry and the gradual, unhurried accumulation of a journey that is yours and no one else's. There is a gentleness to the way these games have always approached their most important moments, a willingness to let the player arrive at meaning rather than pushing them toward it. The revelation that the burned tower in Johto held within it a story of resurrection and loss was available to any player who talked to the right person in the right town, but it was not forced. The understanding that the creation myth of Sinnoh was not simply backstory, but the living presence of a creature who had made the world was offered through fragments scattered throughout the region, but it was not demanded. These games have always trusted their players to be curious, to be patient, to be willing to receive understanding gradually. This patience extends to the way these games have handled difficulty and challenge. The rhythm of a trainer battle, the encounter with a wild creature, the careful management of a party's health and resources, these are not demanding in the way that many games are demanding. They ask for attention rather than precision, for thought rather than reflexes. This accessibility has sometimes been used to argue that the games are too simple, and it is true that they rarely push their players to the edge of their capabilities. But simplicity that is purposeful is not the same as simplicity that is accidental, and the games have always used their accessibility to ensure that the experience could be engaged with by the widest possible range of people. The trading and battling systems that connect players to each other have always been an essential part of what these games are, even when they are experienced primarily as single-player adventures. The ability to trade a creature that can only be obtained through the specific version of the game you do not own creates a kind of designed interdependence, an acknowledgement that the world of Pokémon is richer when it is shared. The evolution of these connectivity features across generations has mirrored the evolution of how people connect with each other more broadly, moving from cables that required players to be in the same room to wireless systems that could reach across any distance. The Pokémon storage system, in which creatures not carried in the active party are kept in a digital space, overseen by a character whose function is simply to maintain that space, has always had a quality of quiet custody to it. Bill in the first generation, who had become partially merged with a Pokémon through his own research and was grateful to be returned to his human form, operated a system that thousands of creatures passed through. The system was practical, a solution to the limitation of carrying only 6 companions at a time, but it carried a feeling of something more, of a place where the creatures of the world could rest while the journey continued. The day and night cycle, introduced in the second generation and carried forward in various forms through every subsequent entry, changed the quality of time in these games in ways that rewarded patience and curiosity. Evening brought certain encounters that morning did not offer. Certain events occurred only under specific conditions of time and day. The world was not the same world at midnight that it had been at noon, and exploring it across these different states of light and time created a sense of inhabiting a place rather than traversing it. The awareness that something different might be possible at a different hour gave these games a quality of ongoing invitation, a sense that there was always something more to discover if you were willing to return. The sound of these games is worth dwelling in because it has always been more important to the experience than a player at their first encounter might realize. The earliest Pokémon titles produced their music through the limited synthesis available to the Game Boy hardware, and those limitations produced a particular quality of sound, melodically bright and texturally spare, that has become as definitive to the series' identity as any visual element. The composers who worked within those constraints created melodies that were memorable enough to survive decades of comparison with the richer orchestrations that followed, and they are still capable of evoking specific feelings and specific places with an immediacy that suggests they did their work well. The ambient sounds of the routes and towns, the particular quality of the sound that accompanied each region's outdoor spaces, created an acoustic geography that was as distinctive as the visual geography. The sounds of Lavender Town in the first generation, which became the subject of elaborate and affectionate myth-making among players who encountered them as children, had a quality that felt genuinely different from anything else in the game, a quietness that was not peaceful but waiting. The music of the ice routes in later games captured something of the silence of cold places, vast and crystalline and still. These sounds were tools of world-building as much as the visuals that accompanied them. The battle music across all generations served the specific purpose of making the encounter feel important, and it succeeded in doing this without becoming exhausting through repetition because the composers understood something about how tension works in musical terms. The gym leader battle themes that evolved across generations became one of the series' most beloved recurring elements, each one distinguishable from the others while carrying the same quality of escalation, the same sense of something significant being decided. The champion battle themes that preceded each final encounter reached even further, creating moments of genuine grandeur that the visual presentation of those battles could not always match alone. The way sound worked in these games to communicate information was also essential to the experience of playing them. The cry that each Pokémon produced when encountered or summoned into battle was a piece of communication as distinctive as any visual element, and players who spent enough time with the games came to recognize these cries in the way you might recognize the calls of birds you have heard frequently. The evolution of these cries across hardware generations was one of the small but genuine improvements that came with each new platform, and the rich, sonically complete cries of later games stand in interesting contrast to the brief, synthesized sounds of the earliest entries. What these games have built, across all their entries and all their generations, is something that resists easy description, but that any player who has spent real time with them will recognize. It is a kind of shared imaginative space, a set of rules and creatures and places and situations that have been inhabited by enough people for long enough that they carry the quality of genuine myth. Not myth in the sense of ancient stories about gods and heroes, though the legendary creatures of these games have something of that, but myth in the sense of a story that is told and retold, each telling adding something to what has come before. The child who chose Charmander in 1996 and the child who chose Scorbunny in 2019 are separated by decades of games and by everything that changed in the world between those two moments, but they share something genuine, which is the particular feeling of beginning a Pokémon adventure. The first steps out of the starting town, the first encounter in the tall grass, the first victory against a trainer, these experiences are specific enough to be shared and varied enough to be personal. And that balance between the shared and the personal is what has made these games last. The world of Pokémon has never been entirely coherent in the way that a carefully designed fictional world is coherent. There are gaps and contradictions, moments where the logic of one game does not quite connect to the logic of another, places where the implications of the world's rules lead to conclusions that the games prefer not to examine. But the world has always been emotionally coherent, and that emotional coherence has proven to be the thing that matters. Players do not stay with these games because they are perfectly designed. They stay because the games gave them something that felt real, a companion, a journey, a place, and because that something has proven capable of remaining real across all the years and all the changes that follow. The regions will continue to expand. New creatures will be imagined and designed and placed in new worlds to be discovered. New stories will be told within the structure that the first generation established, stories that will surprise and occasionally disappoint, and sometimes achieve something genuinely new. Each of these new entries will carry within it the echoes of everything that has come before, and each player who encounters one for the first time will be encountering, without knowing it, the accumulated weight of a series that has been building its world for nearly 30 years. The journey, in all its forms, continues. The tall grass waits at the edge of every starting town. The first companion waits in the professor's laboratory, patient and ready. The world beyond the gate is vast and varied and full of creatures that have not yet been discovered, battles that have not yet been fought, places that have not yet been reached. And the particular quality of feeling that comes from standing at the beginning of that world, full of possibility and ready to begin, has not diminished with repetition. It has deepened. The quiet that falls over these games in the late hours of playing them, when the region has been traversed and the story has been resolved, and what remains is simply the ongoing work of a world that continues, is one of the series' most reliable gifts. The post-game content that appears in most entries after the credits have rolled is a space for a different kind of engagement, one that is less directed and more contemplative, shaped by what the player chooses to pursue rather than what the story requires. In this quieter space, the true depth of these worlds becomes available in a way that the story's momentum often obscures. The creatures waiting in corners of the region that the main path never required, the trainers who can be challenged and re-challenged, the mechanics that reveal their full complexity when the structure around them relaxes, all of these create an experience of a world that is genuinely larger than its story. The regions of these games have always contained more than the story asked them to contain, and the post-game is where that surplus becomes the primary landscape. The completionist impulse that these games have always cultivated, the drive toward filling every entry in the Pokédex, is one of their most distinctive and most personal elements. No player completes every Pokédex, not in the single game sense, because the games have always required cooperation and trade to achieve full completion. But the drive toward completion, the wish to encounter every creature in the world and to document its existence, is a persistent and in its own way noble impulse that the games have always understood and rewarded. The satisfaction of a finally completed entry, of adding a creature that had been absent for hours or days of searching, is specific and genuine, and it does not diminish through repetition. The creatures that wait in the deepest parts of each region, at the end of optional paths, and within hidden areas that require specific items or specific conditions to access, have always felt like gifts for players who were willing to look carefully. They were not required by the story. They were not essential to the main progression. They existed for players who wanted more, who were willing to explore beyond the boundaries the narrative had set, and finding them carried the feeling of a discovery rather than a checkpoint. What all of this describes, taken together, is a kind of world that rewards attention in multiple registers, that has something for the player who moves quickly and something different for the player who moves slowly, that holds meaning at the surface and holds different meaning deeper in, that is comprehensible on a first encounter and still yielding something new on a 10th. This quality, this layering of accessibility over depth, is one of the things that has made these games last through changes in technology and culture that have rendered many of their contemporaries inaccessible or irrelevant. The games have aged differently from each other. Some first-generation titles feel their years more heavily than others. The spare mechanics of the earliest entries sit alongside the richer systems of later games in ways that can make them feel primitive rather than simply different. But the worlds themselves, the particular qualities of Kanto and Johto and Hoenn and all the regions that followed, have not aged in the same way. They remain what they were when they were first encountered, which is places worth inhabiting, worth returning to, worth spending time in without demanding anything in return. And this, finally, is perhaps the simplest and most true thing that can be said about the long arc of these games across all their generations. They are places, not just games, not just stories, but places that players have lived in for parts of their lives, places that carry the particular weight of time spent in them. Every town, every route, every wild encounter in trainer battle and champion challenge has contributed to a geography of experience that is real in the only sense that ultimately matters, which is that people have carried it with them, have returned to it, have shared it, have let it mean something. The relationship between the player and the world in each Pokémon game has always been shaped by the particular kind of trust that these games extend. They do not explain everything. They do not walk you through every implication of their systems or spell out every detail of their histories. They offer the world, and they expect you to meet it with curiosity. And that expectation has always been one of the things that made the world feel worth meeting. A world that explains itself entirely leaves nothing for the player's imagination to do. A world that withholds too much feels arbitrary and cold. The best Pokemon games have always found the register between these extremes, giving enough to orient and enough silence to invite. The towns that serve as checkpoints in each region's journey have their own internal logic that the games have rarely made explicit, but that players have always felt. A town positioned at the base of a significant mountain carries a different quality than one perched at the edge of a great ocean. The town that contains the region's department store carries a different energy than the quiet settlement that exists primarily as a place to rest between encounters. Each of these places was designed with specific feelings in mind, and those feelings accumulated into the regional identities that players remember decades later, not as a list of features, but as textures, as weathers, as the particular quality of light that a town seemed to exist in. The Pokémon themselves, taken as a collective, represent one of the most sustained exercises in creative design the entertainment industry has produced. The original 151 creatures established a range so broad, from the literal and naturalistic to the conceptual and abstract, that the designers who followed them have been finding new space within that range for nearly 30 years. Each generation has added new directions, new inspirations, new experiments in what a creature designed for this specific world might look like and feel like and mean. The grass-type starters who have opened a choice in every new region carry with them a consistency of purpose that makes them interesting to examine together. Bulbasaur was simple and effective, a creature that embedded its plant nature in its appearance without making that nature the entirety of what it was. Chikorita was softer and more peaceful, a creature that felt like it belonged to a milder world. Triaco was precise and angular, something more predatory and self-possessed. Turtwig was earthy and grounded, a creature whose presence was fundamentally about stability. Each of these reflected something about the region they introduced, and something about the generation's sense of what a starter should be. The fire-type starters across the same span of games tell a different story, one that has sometimes involved unexpected escalations, and sometimes a return to simpler expressions of what fire and warmth and energy can mean in the context of a living creature. Charmander's evolution into Charizard was a story about growth acquiring grandeur, and the image of that final form became one of the series' most durable visual icons. Cyndaquil's quiet beginning opened into something more fierce and more explosive with each evolution, maintaining an emotional consistency even as the creature's capabilities expanded. Each generation's fire starter carried its own version of this trajectory, fire as warmth becoming fire as power, or fire as spirit becoming fire as will. The water-type starters who have appeared beside the others have generally functioned as the most grounded and most versatile of the three choices, reflecting something about water itself, its adaptability, its tendency to fill whatever space contains it. Squirtle was cheerful and self-contained, its evolution into Blastoise adding weight and gravitas without losing the original's approachability. Totodile was energetic and smaller than it looked, its evolutionary line ending in something genuinely imposing. Mudkip was unusual in its design, combining elements that did not immediately suggest a coherent creature, but that accumulated into something memorable, its final form adding structures and mass that made it feel genuinely formidable. Each of these starters offered a different experience of growth and transformation, and the choice between them was a genuine creative decision that shaped the rest of the adventure. The legendary creatures of each generation deserve more individual attention than any single document can provide, because they function as the mythological backbone of their respective regions, and the way each game handled its legendaries revealed a great deal about what the game's designers understood their world to mean. The legendary birds of Kanto were elemental and imposing, their connection to specific weather phenomena making them feel like forces of nature given form. The legendary beasts of Johto were more enigmatic, defined less by what they were than by the story of what had happened to them. Their existence as resurrected creatures, adding a layer of loss and transformation to the encounters with them. Rayquaza, the sky-high creature of Hoenn, who existed at the intersection of the conflict between the two legendary titans, carried a presence that transcended the role it played in the game's plot. It lived at the top of the sky, above the weather, above the conflict, and it arrived in the game's story, not to be caught or defeated, but to resolve a situation that had exceeded the capacity of the world below. This made it feel genuinely mythological in a way that the legendaries of earlier generations had suggested but not quite achieved. It was something from outside the ordinary hierarchy of the world, and encountering it carried a quality of genuine awe. Dialga and Palkia, the time and space legendaries of Sinnoh, created a philosophical escalation that made the stakes of the fourth generation's conflict feel genuinely cosmic. A conflict over the nature of time and space, over the question of which dimension of existence had greater value, was an ambitious premise for a mainline Pokémon game, and the creatures at the center of it were designed to carry that ambition. Their designs were more complex and more abstract than most legendary creatures that had come before them, and this complexity was appropriate. They were not representing forces of nature, but forces of reality itself, and they needed to feel different from anything the world had previously contained. Zekrom and Reshiram, the white and black legendaries of Unova, embodied concepts that the fifth generation's story placed at the center of everything. Truth and ideals, the two orientations that the game's primary characters represented, were abstract enough that embodying them in specific creatures was a challenge. The solution the designers found was to make the creatures themselves feel like arguments rather than simply like powerful animals. They carried within their designs specific tensions between organic and mechanical, between warmth and electricity, between conviction and clarity, and those tensions made them appropriate avatars for the concepts they embodied. The legendary creature that emerged from the Alolan games, taking a form determined by the player's relationship with a small companion creature who had traveled with them through the entirety of their journey, represents perhaps the most personal, legendary encounter the series has yet produced. The size of the creature that emerged was proportionally vast, but its presence carried something intimate because of everything that had come before it. You had known this creature when it was small and uncertain, when it lived in a satchel and peeked at the world from inside someone else's warmth. The transformation into something enormous and mythological was not a contradiction of what it had been, but a revelation of what it had always contained. The towns and cities that serve as the settings for gym challenges have their own histories and their own qualities of place that the games have rendered with varying degrees of care and success. The most memorable gym towns tend to be the ones that feel integrated with the identity of their leader, where the environment of the place and the personality of the trainer who rules it express the same idea from different angles. Cerulean City in Kanto, perched at the edge of a great cave system and defined by its connection to water, was a simple and effective execution of this integration. Misty, the trainer who occupied its gym, was confident and combative in a way that matched the city's position at the edge of something large and potentially dangerous. The gym's simple puzzle and the battle that concluded it felt like the town's personality expressed in mechanics. It was not sophisticated, but it was coherent, and coherence in world buildings carries its own kind of satisfaction. Goldenrod City's gym was more complex in its execution, reflecting the greater complexity of the region it anchored. The city itself was the largest urban settlement in Johto, full of commerce and activity, and its gym leader Whitney was the most unexpectedly challenging trainer the early game offered, a position she earned not through elaborate planning, but through the sheer effectiveness of a single creature that could reduce experienced players to frustration and beginners to despair. The gap between the city's energy and the gym's quiet difficulty was itself an interesting design choice, a reminder that the world's more formidable forces do not always announce themselves. The gym structures of the third generation experimented with more elaborate puzzle designs than their predecessors had attempted, and the results were varied in their success. Some puzzles felt like genuinely interesting engagements with the element or concept they were built around. Others felt like obstacles that the game had placed between the player and the battle as filler rather than as experience. The trend toward more elaborate puzzle designs continued through subsequent generations with similar mixed results, and the games that handled these puzzles best were the ones that made them feel like expressions of the trainer's personality rather than simply clever obstructions. The mechanic of hidden machines, which required the player to acquire specific moves that could be used outside of battle to interact with the environment, created a kind of distributed puzzle design that ran through each generation's geography. The strength required to push boulders, the cut required to clear obstacles, the surf required to traverse water, all of these were expressions of the same basic idea, which was that the world of Pokémon was not simply a stage for battles, but a place that required specific capabilities to navigate fully. The limitation of these mechanics, which was that they occupied valuable move slots and could not always be easily removed, was solved differently in different generations with varying degrees of elegance. The 7th generation replaced the system entirely with a more flexible approach, but the original hidden machine system, for all its friction, created a sense of earned access that its replacement could not quite replicate. The Pokémon centers and Pokémon marts that have appeared in every town across every generation have their own quiet role in the experience of these games, beyond the practical functions they serve. The center's healing mechanic, which restored the party to full health at no cost, established something important about the relationship between challenge and rest in these games. Difficulty was always available just beyond the last healing point, but the healing point was always close enough that failure did not feel permanent or punishing. This generosity shaped the emotional register of the games in ways that were profound and that have remained consistent even as other elements changed dramatically. The Mart's inventory, which expanded as the player progressed through each region, was a record of the journey's advancement that felt different from the badge-based progression. The Pokeballs that became available, the healing items that unlocked, the battle tools that appeared on the shelves as the challenges ahead grew more demanding. These were not just useful purchases, but evidence that the game recognized where the player was and what they would need. The relationship between the town's position in the journey and the items available within it was a form of passive storytelling, a way of conveying information about the challenges ahead through the things offered to address them. The Elite Four across all generations created a particular quality of experience that has no real equivalent elsewhere in the games. The structure of entering a league building and proceeding through 4 consecutive battles without the ability to heal between them, with the champion waiting at the end, compressed the feeling of the entire journey into a single extended sequence. The player entered with the party they had spent the full game building, and the success or failure of that party in this compressed space was a kind of verdict on everything that had come before. Each generation's Elite Four had its own personality and its own set of type specializations, and the best versions of this structure were the ones where the 4 members felt like a genuine collection of distinct individuals rather than a series of interchangeable challenges. The Elite Four of the Unova games were particularly well realized in this regard, each of them embodying a specific philosophical orientation toward battling and toward life that connected to the game's central themes. Encountering them in sequence felt less like a gauntlet and more like a conversation, and the conversation felt appropriate to the journey that had led to it. The champions who waited beyond the Elite Four occupied the most narratively significant position in each game's structure, and the games that used this position most effectively were the ones that made the champion feel like someone the journey had been moving toward rather than simply someone powerful who had to be defeated. Cynthia of the Sinnoh games exemplified this, appearing multiple times throughout the region as a researcher and a traveler before occupying her position at the top of the league. By the time the player reached her, they had a sense of who she was that extended beyond her battle capabilities, and the encounter felt like a conclusion to a relationship rather than simply a final obstacle. Lance of the second generation, who appeared both as a late-game character in Johto and as the champion waiting at the league's summit, carried a different quality of presence, something more distant and more ceremonial. His connection to Dragon-type Pokémon was more than a type specialization. It was an expression of an aesthetic sensibility that ran through his dialogue and his demeanor, a conviction that the most powerful creatures in the world were also the most beautiful. Facing him as the champion felt like facing someone who believed completely in what they were doing, and that conviction gave the encounter a gravity that many champion battles had not achieved. The champions who were revealed to be people the player had known throughout their journey, rather than distant figures waiting at the end, created different emotional registers. Finding a friend or a rival or a traveling companion in the champion's position after everything that had been shared was a way of completing a circle rather than simply ending a sequence. It was a statement about what the journey had been, about who had been part of it, and what they had carried through it. Some versions of this structure were more effective than others, but the idea itself was always sound, always connected to what makes these games meaningful rather than simply playable. The long relationship between the games and the competitive scene that has grown around them represents a dimension of the Pokémon experience that the games themselves only partially contain. The tournaments and ranked matches that have organized competitive battling have created an entirely separate set of histories and achievements and moments that exist alongside the single-player adventures without fully overlapping with them. Players who engage primarily with competitive Pokémon are engaging with something related to, but genuinely distinct from the journey through any specific region. The introduction of abilities in the third generation was the most significant single mechanical addition to the competitive landscape, but each generation has added elements that shifted the structure of high-level play in ways that rewarded deep engagement with the systems. The introduction of the physical and special attack split in the fourth generation, as mentioned earlier, was transformative. The Mega Evolution system of the sixth generation created a temporary arms race among competitive players as they worked to understand which Mega Evolutions were genuinely useful and which were simply dramatic. Each shift required the community to rebuild its understanding of the available tools and how they interacted, and this consistent need for reconstruction kept the competitive scene from settling into static patterns. The creatures that have proven most influential in competitive play across generations have not always been the most narratively prominent. Certain legendaries, whose raw statistical profiles made them too powerful for standard competitive play, were separated into their own formats. Within the standard formats, the most influential Pokémon tended to be those whose combination of typing, abilities, and move access created leverages that their statistical profiles alone did not suggest. The depth required to understand these interactions, the investment of knowledge and experience needed to recognize opportunities in the middle of a competitive match, created its own kind of expertise that was respected and cultivated by the players who pursued it. The series developers have always maintained a somewhat arm's length relationship with competitive play, designing the games primarily for the single player experience while allowing the competitive community to develop its own infrastructure around the game's mechanics. This has sometimes meant that changes made for single player reasons have had dramatic unintended effects on competitive play, and the community's response to these changes has often moved faster than the developer's ability to address them. The relationship is complicated and occasionally frustrating, but it has also produced one of the most engaged and analytically sophisticated player communities in gaming. The role of mystery in these games has always been one of their most carefully managed assets. Every region has contained something that the game acknowledged without explaining, some presence or absence that created space for speculation without providing resolution. The ghost of the Pokémon Tower in the first generation, the burned ruins of the Brass Tower in the second, the ancient runic inscriptions in the ruins of Alph, the distortion world accessible only through a crack in the fabric of normal space in the fourth generation. These were moments where the games reached beyond their ordinary register into something that felt genuinely unsettling or genuinely wondrous, and the deliberate ambiguity of their presentation was essential to their effect. Explaining these mysteries would have diminished them. The power of the ghost in the Pokémon Tower came entirely from the game's willingness to present it without context, to allow the player to encounter something that could not be understood and to leave that incomprehension intact. If the ghost had been explained, if the backstory had been provided in a dialogue box, it would have become a plot element rather than an experience. The games have always understood this, have understood that certain kinds of meaning can only be transmitted through suggestion and through the space left for the player's imagination to fill. The legendary creatures, whose stories were told in fragments throughout each region's ruins and libraries and ancient buildings, carried this quality of managed mystery more consistently than almost any other element of the games. Though information available was always enough to suggest the shape of something enormous without ever providing the full picture. The lake spirits of Sinnoh were linked to a creation myth that spanned multiple ruins and multiple conversations, and assembling those fragments felt like genuine discovery rather than simple revelation. The game respected the player's capacity to hold partial information, to allow understanding to accumulate over time, to find the shape of something before finding its name. The post-game legendaries, who appeared after the main story, had concluded and the credits had rolled, carried an air of genuine rarity that the story's required encounters could not replicate. Finding these creatures required the kind of attention and patience that the main game's directed path did not demand, and encountering them, finally, after the search that preceded it, had a quality of earned discovery. They felt like the region's final secrets, the things it had been willing to reveal only to players who wanted to look beyond what was required. What remains at the end of this long drift through the history and the texture of the mainline Pokémon games is something that resists summary but can perhaps be felt in the quality of quiet attention that has shaped the telling of it. These games are about something that is simple and enormous simultaneously, something that is difficult to name directly, but that every player who has spent real time with them has encountered. They are about the moment of choosing a companion and accepting the responsibility that comes with the choice. They are about the world that opens when you step out into it without knowing quite what you will find. They are about the accumulation of small moments into a journey that feels, when you look back at it from the other side, like it was always going somewhere that mattered. The creatures at the center of these games, from the simplest and most familiar to the most strange and most mythological, carry within them a quality that is difficult to articulate but immediately recognizable, a kind of aliveness that the best designs have always achieved and that the weakest designs have reached for without quite finding. The games that have understood their creatures most fully have been the games that trusted the creatures to communicate without explanation, to mean something through their presence, rather than through any text that described them. The regions that have hosted these adventures carry their own versions of this quality, each one a distinct expression of what a place can be when it is built with care and filled with things worth discovering. Kanto and Johto and Hoenn and Sinnoh and Unova and Kalos and Alola, each of these is a real place in the sense that matters. Each carries within it a geography of experience that players have inhabited and remembered and returned to across the years since they first set foot in it. The stories these games have told have grown more sophisticated with each generation, more willing to ask difficult questions, and more capable of handling the weight those questions carry. But sophistication has never been the point. The point has always been the journey, the creature at your side, the world beyond the gate. The stories have given the journey direction and meaning, but the journey would have mattered even without them, the way certain kinds of travel matter even when you have no particular destination. There is a world in each of these games that is waiting to be found, a particular quality of discovery that does not exhaust itself with repetition because each player brings themselves to the finding, and what is brought changes everything about what is found. The tall grass at the edge of the starting town holds within it every possible beginning, every creature who might be first encountered, every adventure that might follow. That grass has been standing at the edge of towns across 30 years of games, and it has never finished offering what it contains. There is one more thing worth saying before this long journey arrives at its resting place, and it has to do with the specific quality of time that these games occupy in the lives of the people who have played them. Most entertainment asks for your attention and then returns it. These games ask for something different. They ask for your imagination, for your willingness to care about creatures that exist only in code, for your investment in a world that was designed for you, but that feels, when you are inside it, like it was always there. This ask has never diminished. The first player who stepped out of Pallet Town in 1996 was making the same essential choice as the most recent player to begin a Pokémon adventure, which was to accept the premise and enter the world on its own terms. Both players brought something to that world. Both players found something within it that they had not known they were looking for, and both players carried something out of it that they would not have found anywhere else. The creatures of each generation represent decisions made by specific people working in specific circumstances, drawing from their knowledge of biology and mythology and cultural history and the particular kind of play that these games had established and extended. Every Pokémon is a record of someone's creative imagination, meeting a set of constraints and a set of purposes and finding within that intersection something that could live and be remembered. The percentage of these creatures that have in fact lived and been remembered across 30 years and hundreds of new species is a testament to the depth and consistency of the creative work that has sustained the series. The towns that have welcomed the player at the end of long routes, the nurses who have restored the party without question or cost, the professors who have set the adventure in motion, the champions who have waited with patience and power at the end of each region's journey, all of these are part of a grammar of experience that players have learned so thoroughly that they carry it with them through every new entry in the series. The grammar does not need to be re-explained. It is already known. What each new game provides is new words within the known grammar, new creatures and places and stories that the established language of the series makes it possible to understand and to feel. The accumulated weight of all these games, all these regions and creatures and adventures, is not a burden, but a gift. It means that each new entry arrives into a world that is already warm, already inhabited by the memories and feelings of everything that came before it. A player who has loved 3 generations of Pokémon games brings that love to the fourth, and the fourth game is richer for the presence of everything that preceded it, not because the new game refers to the old ones explicitly, but because the emotional context that the old ones created is still alive in the player who arrives at the new one. This is what it means for a series to have genuine longevity. Not simply that it continues to release new entries, but that the entries accumulate into something that is larger and more meaningful than any individual game. The mainline Pokémon series has achieved this across a span of time that few entertainment properties have matched, and it has done so by remaining committed to the things that made the first games matter: the creature at your side, the world beyond the gate, the journey that is yours to shape. There is something worth dwelling on in the fact that every time a new player picks up a Pokémon game for the first time, they experience something that has not changed in its fundamentals across all the years since the series began. The professor stands there at the beginning, kind and patient, offering the tools for a journey. The rival or companion waits nearby, already eager, already certain of something. The road beyond the starting town unfolds toward the horizon, tall grass on either side, mystery at every interval. This is the architecture of beginning, and it has been offered to millions of players across 30 years without ever exhausting what it can make someone feel. The 6 creatures that fill a party at any given moment in a Pokémon game represent a particular kind of intimacy that the series has never quite articulated but has always enabled. These creatures have survived difficult battles alongside you. They have been healed and trained and carried forward through everything the region asked you to face. The bond between a player and the Pokémon in their party is not a narrative bond in the way that bonds in other games are narrative bonds. It is built from play, from the repetition of encounters won and encounters lost, from the particular pride of a creature that has grown from something small and uncertain into something capable and formidable. It is a bond that belongs to the player rather than to the story, and that is why it has always felt more real than the bonds that any story could create. The healing that a Pokémon Center provides is more than mechanical restoration. It is an acknowledgement that rest is part of the journey, that strength must be replenished, that the adventure cannot simply be ground forward without pause. The consistency of the center across every town in every region creates a rhythm that the player learns and relies upon, a heartbeat for the journey's pace. Between the challenge and the healing, between the route and the town, there is always this rhythm, and the rhythm is part of what makes these games feel like genuinely inhabited experiences rather than simply sequences of challenges. The rivalries and friendships that these games have depicted, from the brash competitive energy of the first generation's rival to the warm and uncertain companionship of the 7th generation's traveling group, have traced a kind of cultural history of how these games have understood what it means to have someone alongside you on a difficult journey. The earliest rivals were defined by opposition and challenge. Later companions were defined by mutual support and shared wonder. Neither approach was entirely superior to the other. Both captured something true about the nature of companionship, which is that it comes in many forms and serves many purposes. What all of these companions shared, regardless of their personality or their relationship to the player character, was the function of making the world feel inhabited. A journey through a region entirely alone would be a different kind of experience, more solitary, more purely personal. The presence of other travelers in the world, whether they challenged you or supported you, or simply existed alongside you, created the sense of a world that contained more than just the player's perspective. The gyms and routes and towns were not built for you alone. They were built for everyone who lived in this world, and the occasional evidence of that world's other inhabitants made it feel genuinely shared. The generations have built upon each other in ways that have sometimes been explicit and sometimes invisible, but that have always been real. The decision to make every subsequent generation's Pokémon unavailable in the National Pokédex until specific post-game conditions were met was a way of maintaining the integrity of each new regional experience while acknowledging the continuity of the world. The National Pokédex, that vast accumulated catalog of every creature from every region, was itself a kind of monument to the series' longevity, a record of everything that had been found and named across all the adventures that had preceded the current one. The Move Tutor characters who appeared in various locations throughout these games, offering to teach powerful or unusual moves to creatures who met specific conditions, created a sense that the world held expertise that could not be simply purchased, that certain kinds of knowledge required seeking out and earning. The best moves learned from tutors were often among the most strategically significant available, and finding the tutors and satisfying their requirements felt like a form of genuine discovery. The world offered these tools to players who were curious enough to find them and patient enough to meet the conditions for receiving them. The hold item system, which allowed Pokémon to carry objects into battle that would affect their performance in various ways, added another dimension of strategic depth to the games that the casual player might not engage with deeply, but that rewarded attention. Certain items amplified specific types of attack. Others provided healing under specific conditions. Others changed how a creature interacted with particular moves or particular situations. The ecosystem of items combined with the ecosystem of creatures and their abilities and their moves created a space for strategic thinking that could occupy a player for as long as they were willing to engage with it. The berry system, introduced in the second generation and expanded significantly in the third, added a dimension of natural world interaction that felt connected to the game's broader sense of themselves as explorations of living ecosystems. Berries grew on trees throughout the region, could be harvested and used directly or processed into more complex items, and certain species of Pokémon had specific affinities for specific berries that could unlock additional options in their care and training. This system was more elaborate in some generations than in others, but in its most developed forms, it created a feeling of genuine ecological connection, of a world where the natural cycles of growth and harvest were available to players who wanted to engage with them. The experience of trading with other players, of sending a creature across the line between one cartridge and another, has always been one of the fundamentally social dimensions of these games. The moment when a creature entered your party from someone else's game carried a different quality than the moment when a wild creature was caught or a traded creature received from an NPC. It was something that had existed in someone else's world before it existed in yours, and that history was inscribed in the creature's data in ways that were sometimes visible and sometimes only felt. A traded creature brought with it the faint sense of another adventure, another journey, another set of choices that had shaped it before it arrived in your care. The most memorable moments in any Pokémon game tend to be private ones, moments that occurred at a specific time and in a specific configuration of circumstances that no one else can fully share. The particular Pokémon that got you through the Elite Four when everything seemed impossible. The shiny creature that appeared in the tall grass after hours of searching. The rival battle that you lost 3 times before finally finding the combination that worked. These moments belong to the player in a way that scripted story moments cannot, and they are the ones that stay with people across the years with the most immediacy and the most warmth. The way each Pokémon game handles the concept of home is one of the quieter threads running through the entire series, rarely examined directly, but always present in the texture of the experience. Every game begins in a small place, a settlement modest enough that leaving it feels like a genuine departure, significant enough that returning to it later carries a feeling that is difficult to name but immediately recognizable. The starting town is not simply a tutorial space. It is the emotional anchor of the adventure, the place whose specific light and specific sounds accumulate into something that functions, by the end of the journey, as a definition of where you come from. Pallet Town in the first generation had only 4 buildings and an expanse of grass at its southern edge that would not open until the adventure was nearly complete. Its simplicity was functional rather than decorative, a place defined by what it did not have rather than what it did. There was no Pokémon Center there, no mart, no gym, nothing that the journey required except the laboratory where Professor Oak waited and the houses where the player character and their rival lived. This sparseness communicated something important about the nature of beginnings, that they do not require elaboration, that the most significant departures often begin from the quietest places. New Bark Town in the second generation was equally spare but carried a different emotional quality, rooted in the windmills that turned slowly at its edges, and the sense of a place connected to the movement of air and the passage of time. Professor Elm's laboratory sat at one end of the town, and the house where the rival had been staying before he stole his way into the story occupied the other. Between these 2 points, the town offered almost nothing, but what it offered felt considered, like a place that understood its own role as a threshold rather than a destination. Little Root Town in the third generation introduced the concept of arrival, of beginning in a place that the player character had just reached rather than always known. The family had moved here, the boxes were not fully unpacked, and the feeling of the starting location was shaped by this newness, by the sense that the ground beneath the player had not yet fully become home. This departure from the first 2 generations' sense of an established origin added a layer of displacement to the beginning of the Hoenn adventure that connected thematically to everything that followed, a journey begun in unfamiliarity, moving through a world that gradually became known. Twin Leaf Town in the 4th generation returned to the idea of the childhood home, but placed it within a colder and more austere landscape, a small cluster of houses at the edge of a region where the weather could turn severe without warning. The contrast between the warmth of the familiar and the severity of the world outside shaped the Sinnoh adventure from its very first steps, and the companion who set out alongside the player from the same small town created an immediate sense of shared beginning that earlier games had not provided so clearly. Nuvema Town in the 5th generation was perhaps the most self-consciously small starting town the series had produced, a place so minor that it appeared on almost no map of the Unova region, and that most of the region's other characters seemed unaware of. This deliberate obscurity served the game's themes, which were centrally concerned with the question of what it meant to be from somewhere, to carry a place of origin into a world that had already formed its opinions before you arrived. The player character was genuinely unknown, and the journey was genuinely a process of becoming known, of building a reputation from nothing in a world that offered neither advantage nor disadvantage on the basis of origin. Vonneville Town in the 6th generation was tiny and presented itself as a recently settled place, the destination of a family that had arrived by moving truck just as the adventure was beginning. The parallel with Little Root Town was obvious and probably intentional, but the Kalos setting gave this arrival a different feeling, the sense of coming to a place that was already beautiful and already certain of its own elegance, and of needing to find your way within that pre-existing sophistication. The starting town was a gate, and what waited beyond it was a world that had been here long before you. Iki Town in the 7th generation replaced the traditional starting settlement with something that felt genuinely different in its spirit. The town was small and traditional, perched at the edge of Melemele Island, connected to the island's guardian deity, in ways that the game's opening hours revealed gradually. Beginning here was beginning in a place with deep roots, and the adventure that unfolded outward from it carried those roots forward, so that the journey through Alola always felt connected to the small, warm, carefully defined beginning that had launched it. The Pokédex, as a narrative device, deserves more sustained attention than any single discussion of these games typically provides, because it is doing more work than it initially appears to do. In its most obvious function, the Pokédex is a catalog, a record of the creatures encountered and caught throughout the journey. Each entry provides a name and a type and a brief description, and completing the catalog is one of the game's most persistent optional goals. But the Pokédex is also a kind of storytelling instrument, and the stories it tells are of a particular and distinctive character. The descriptions that accompany each entry in the Pokédex are brief, sometimes only 2 or 3 sentences, and they operate in a register that is entirely unlike the rest of the game's text. Where the game's dialogue is functional and the story sequences are directed, the Pokédex entries are contemplative and occasionally unsettling. They describe creatures whose behaviors involve things that the player has never witnessed in the game itself, whose histories contain details that the game's mechanics do not and cannot represent. A creature that sheds its skin regularly to grow stronger. A creature whose cry can be heard across vast distances as a warning or a summons. A creature that has never been seen sleeping, leading researchers to conclude it must rest while it swims through underwater depths. These descriptions create a sense of a world that exists beyond the boundaries of what the game can show, a world where creatures have lives and behaviors and histories that the player's journey only partially intersects with. The Pokédex entries suggest that the world of Pokémon is genuinely larger than any game can contain, that the creatures encountered on routes and in caves are representatives of populations and ecosystems that stretch far beyond the visible horizon. This is a quiet and effective form of world building, using the constraint of brevity to suggest an expanse that no amount of elaboration could actually depict. The entries have occasionally contained details that felt more disturbing than the game's overall tone prepared players for, descriptions of creatures that absorbed the life force of other beings, that generated fear as a physical substance that had been born from the accumulated resentment of humans who had died with grievances unresolved. These darker entries existed alongside descriptions of creatures who were simply curious or playful or connected to the rhythms of the seasons, and the mixture created a world that felt genuinely varied in its moral and emotional register. Not everything in this world was friendly, and the Pokédex was honest about that without making it the dominant note. The language of the Pokédex entries evolved across generations in ways that reflected the overall evolution of the game's tone and ambition. Early entries were sparse and factual, communicating information without significant embellishment. Later entries became more evocative, more willing to linger in the emotional implications of what they described, more attentive to the relationship between a creature's characteristics and the feelings those characteristics might evoke in the people who encountered them. This evolution paralleled the evolution of the game's storytelling in other respects, a gradual movement toward greater emotional expressiveness without losing the essential restraint that made the Pokédex entries feel different from the rest of the game's text. The numbering system that organized the Pokédex, with each creature assigned a specific position within the sequential catalog, created a kind of taxonomy that felt simultaneously scientific and affectionate. The original 151 creatures occupied the first positions, and each generation's additions were appended to the end of the national list, while also occupying specific positions within the regional Pokédex that organized the creatures of that generation's home region. This double organization, national and regional, reflected the sense that each Pokémon was simultaneously a member of a broader world and a specific creature that belonged to a specific place, and that both of these identities mattered. The concept of a Pokemon's nature, introduced as a mechanical element in the third generation, added a dimension of individual personality to the creatures that the game's systems had not previously accommodated. Each Pokemon possessed one of 25 possible natures, each of which affected how certain statistical attributes grew as the creature gained experience. A hardy nature left everything unchanged. An adamant nature increased physical attack at the cost of special attack. A timid nature improved speed at the cost of physical attack. These mechanical effects were supplemented by flavor text that gave each nature a personality description, and the combination created a sense of each creature as an individual with a specific way of engaging with the world. Players who paid attention to natures found that they shaped not just the mechanical development of their Pokémon, but also the way those creatures felt in their imagination. A bold creature carried itself differently in the mind's eye than a bashful one. A jolly creature's enthusiasm felt like it explained something about why that particular Pokémon had always seemed so energetic. The natures were not complex characterizations, but they were enough to individuate creatures that might otherwise have felt interchangeable as members of the same species. The nature system understood something true about personality, which is that the most essential differences between individuals are often quite small, a slight tendency toward directness over caution, an orientation toward enthusiasm over reserve, and that these small differences accumulate into genuine distinctiveness. The friendship system, which had existed in various forms since the second generation, and which became a mechanic that determined whether certain evolutions would occur and how certain moves would function, added another layer of relationship to the bond between trainer and Pokémon. Creatures who had been carried through many battles and well cared for became more effective in specific ways that expressed the meaning of that care rather than simply rewarding it numerically. A Pokémon with high friendship might survive an attack that should have defeated it, sustained by something that the game acknowledged without naming directly. The mechanic was a quiet statement about what it meant to be accompanied, to have a companion who had been present for enough to have developed a genuine connection. The contest system that appeared in the third generation and was expanded in the fourth offered an entirely different dimension of engagement with the game's creatures, one built around aesthetic qualities rather than battle statistics. Pokémon could be prepared and presented in competitions that judged them on their coolness, their beauty, their cuteness, their cleverness, or their toughness, and performing well in these contests required attention to how the creature had been fed and groomed, and to the specific qualities of the moves it performed. The contests existed alongside the battle system without replacing it, and the players who engaged with them found a different relationship with their Pokémon, one organized around appreciation rather than strength. This parallel system said something interesting about the world of Pokémon that the main story tended not to dwell on, which was that the creatures who inhabited the world were appreciated and valued in multiple ways, that their significance was not reducible to their capability in battle, that the world had developed practices and traditions and institutions built around forms of engagement with Pokémon that were entirely distinct from training and competition. The contest halls and their coordinators and their audiences represented a culture, and engaging with that culture offered a glimpse of a world richer than the one visible from the main story's vantage point. The underground systems that appeared in the fourth generation, networks of tunnels that players could explore and excavate using tools that uncovered hidden items and fossils, created a dimension of the game that felt genuinely exploratory in a way that the overworld's directed paths could not replicate. Moving through these tunnels without a clear destination, with the possibility of discovery present at every new excavation point, produced a quality of engagement that was slower and more meditative than the combat-focused rhythm of the main game. Players who spent time underground found it to be a different kind of Pokemon experience, one that rewarded patience and attention without the constant interruption of random encounters. The fossil Pokemon that appeared across multiple generations, ancient creatures revived from the remains of animals who had lived long before the game's present, were among the most conceptually interesting in the series. They occupied a unique positions in the world, creatures who had been extinct and who had been returned to life through scientific intervention, whose bodies were partially rock rather than entirely organic, who existed in the present as genuine anomalies, beings out of their time. The game did not make much of this conceptually unusual situation, but the Pokédex entries for fossil Pokémon often acknowledged it indirectly, noting that the creature had not been seen in the wild for millions of years, that it struggled to survive in an environment so different from the one its body had been designed for, that it was curious and occasionally confused by the world it had been revived into. This willingness to acknowledge that the world had a deep history, that creatures and places and events existed long before the player's adventure and would continue long after it, was one of the things that made the more thoughtfully constructed entries in the series feel genuinely substantial. The world of Pokémon was not created for the player's adventure. It was a world that had been in motion long before the adventure began, carrying within it the accumulated weight of centuries and millennia, and the player's journey was a small but genuine event within a much larger ongoing story. The fossil Pokémon embodied this perspective in a particularly concrete way, their very existence a proof that time in this world moved in ways that the current generation could only partially understand. The ruins scattered throughout each region served a similar function at the level of place rather than creature. Ruins of Alph in Johto, the sealed chamber in Hoenn, the Celestic Town ruins in Sinnoh. These were places where the world's past had left visible traces, where the evidence of civilizations and knowledge systems that predated the current era could be found and partially decoded. Players who engaged with these ruins found information that the main story did not require. Information about the world's older layers, about the mythologies and the fears and the relationships with Pokémon that earlier generations of people had developed and encoded in stone and symbol. The unknown, the alphabetic Pokémon found in ruins across multiple generations, occupied a particularly interesting position within this archaeology of the world. Their existence raised questions the games never fully answered, questions about whether language itself was a natural phenomenon in this world, whether the alphabet that humans used had been derived from creatures rather than invented by humans, whether the relationship between meaning and biology in this world was fundamentally different from anything that could exist in our own. The unknown were not powerful in battle. They were strange in the quiet and persistent way of things that do not require explanation to be significant. The remakes that appeared across the series' history occupy an interesting position within the overall narrative of the games, neither simply repetitions of the originals nor entirely separate entries, but something between those categories that has its own distinctive qualities and its own relationship to what came before. Pokémon Fire Red and Leaf Green returned to Kanto on the Game Boy Advance hardware, bringing with them the visual and mechanical improvements of the third generation while maintaining the essential structure and story of the original games. The experience of playing them was not the experience of playing the originals again, but it was also not entirely separate from that experience, and the relationship between the two versions created a kind of temporal layering that players who had known the originals found particularly affecting. The encounter with Pokémon Heart Gold and Soul Silver on the Nintendo DS was perhaps the most warmly received set of remakes the series produced, returning to Johto with the full range of improvements the intervening years had made possible, while adding features that the original games had not contained, but that felt entirely consistent with what those games had been reaching for. The ability to have a Pokémon follow the player through the overworld, visible and present, rather than simply implied, was the addition that many players responded to most deeply, because it made the relationship between trainer and companion feel more immediate and more real than the original game's mechanics had allowed. Walking through Johto with your partner visible at your heel was not mechanically significant in most respects, but it was emotionally significant in ways that were difficult to articulate and immediately felt. Pokémon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire returned to Hoenn on the Nintendo 3DS hardware and brought with them a scale of visual presentation that the Game Boy Advance originals could not have imagined. The weather effects that had always been part of Hoenn's identity, the rain and the drought and the shifts between them, now occupied the full screen with a presence that was genuinely dramatic. The Mega Evolution system introduced in the 6th generation was woven into the original game's story in ways that occasionally strained, but mostly served the remake's attempt to honor both the original and the context of its release. The additions of a fully explorable space above the clouds, accessible late in the game, added a dimension that felt genuinely new, a response to the original's strength in depicting vast distances and elemental scales. The remakes function within the series' history as a form of return, a practice of going back to familiar places with new capabilities and new perspectives. They carry within them something of the experience of revisiting a beloved place after years away, the recognition of what has stayed the same alongside the awareness of how the traveler has changed. A player who encountered Fire Red after years with the original Red was not simply replaying a game. They were having a different experience shaped by the memory of the original, and the relationship between those two experiences created something that neither could have provided alone. The generational Pokémon designs carry within them a kind of biological poetry that rewards patient attention. The creatures of the first generation were largely naturalistic in their inspiration, drawing from real animals and giving them a single transformation, an elemental association, a scale change, a particular behavioral quirk made visible in their anatomy. Gyarados was the classic carp that became a dragon story of East Asian mythology, translated into gameplay terms, with a creature whose base form was so weak and whose evolved form was so powerful that the gap between them felt like a genuine story about transformation. Gengar was a shadow given life, and given the particular kind of mischief that shadows have always been suspected of harboring. Alakazam was intelligence made visible, the image of concentrated mental power given spoons, because the specific associations of the spoon-bending illusionist were exactly what the creature needed to feel conceptually complete. The creatures of the second generation moved toward emotional and conceptual territory that the first generation had not mapped as thoroughly. Espeon and Umbreon, the two Eevee evolutions introduced in Johto, were defined not by elemental types in the way that the first generation's Eevee evolutions had been, but by the conditions of their evolution, one evolving through friendship during the day and the other through friendship at night. This linking of emotional connection to the evolution process was characteristic of the second generation's broader sensibility, its interest in relationships rather than simply in capabilities. Slowking, another new addition, was the same creature as Slowbro but wearing the shelter differently, and the difference in their intelligence and bearing was enough to feel like a genuine distinction, two possible outcomes of the same encounter with the same creature. The third generation introduced concepts that were more philosophically complex than most of what had come before. Shedinja was a ghost that existed in the hollow shell left behind when Ninjask evolved, an empty form that nonetheless had presence and that could only be injured through very specific means. The concept of a creature whose body was not a body, but a remnant, whose life was not an origin, but a remainder, was strange in a way that felt earned rather than arbitrary. Absol was a creature who appeared before disasters and had been blamed for them by the people who encountered it, only in those terrible moments, which was a kind of folklore the game acknowledged directly in its Pokédex entries, and that gave the creature a particular melancholy, the loneliness of being misunderstood by the very world your nature compelled you to protect. The fourth generation produced Lucario, a creature whose design embodied the idea of a warrior who had chosen discipline as a form of devotion, whose fighting style was an expression of an inner commitment rather than simply a physical capability. It also produced Garchomp, a creature that took the concept of sheer speed and predatory efficiency and made it visible in anatomy, every part of its design contributing to the impression of something that moved faster than the world around it could respond to. And it produced Rotom, a small electrical creature capable of possessing appliances and transforming its form and type based on what it inhabited, which was an entirely new way of thinking about what a Pokemon's identity could be, not fixed at birth, but shaped by what it chose to inhabit. The fifth generation produced perhaps the widest range of conceptual territory of any generation, from the elegant and deeply considered to the deliberately silly and playful. Chandelure was a chandelier whose flames burned with the spirits of the people and creatures they had consumed, which was as genuinely dark as anything the Pokédex had contained. Emolga was a flying squirrel who generated electricity, simple and immediately comprehensible, and charming in the way that the best straightforward designs always are. Golurk was an ancient automaton whose chest contained a seal that kept a terrible force contained, a golem in the oldest storytelling tradition given new expression. The fifth generation understood that a good roster needed variety, not just of type, but of emotional register, and the designs it produced reflected that understanding. The item economy that underlies every Pokémon game has its own internal logic that becomes visible only through extended engagement. At its simplest, the item system provides healing supplies and battle tools and the various Pokéball types that affect the likelihood of successfully catching wild Pokémon. But the deeper levels of the system, the held items that modify battle performance, the evolutionary items that trigger transformations, the key items that unlock capabilities and areas. These create a secondary layer of interaction with the world that rewards players who pay attention to detail. The various Pokéball types that have accumulated across generations represent a particularly interesting set of design decisions, because each new type implied something about the relationship between effort and capture, between the specific qualities of a situation and the specific tools appropriate to addressing them. The Great Ball and the Ultra Ball were simple improvements on the standard Pokeball, better tools for more difficult catches. But the Lure Ball worked specifically on Pokemon encountered through fishing, which connected a specific activity to a specific tool in a way that made the world feel more internally consistent. The Dusk Ball was more effective in caves and at night, which connected the probability of a successful catch to the quality of light in a way that felt like it expressed something true about the nature of creatures who preferred darkness. Each specialty ball was a small world-building detail, a piece of evidence that the people of this world had thought carefully about their creatures and developed tools that reflected that thought. The evolution items represented a different kind of design choice, one connected to the narrative of transformation that evolution stories told. Stones that triggered evolution when exposed to the creature had their own logic, the sense that certain developments required an external catalyst rather than simply time and experience. The trading evolutions, which required a creature to be sent from one trainer to another before the change would occur, connected transformation to relationship in an interesting way, suggesting that certain kinds of growth required the particular vulnerability of being transferred, of passing through the hands of trust. The evolution items that required specific conditions Happiness at night, knowing a specific move, being in a specific place, were the most narratively suggestive, each condition adding a layer of meaning to the evolution that occurred when it was finally met. The rare candies that could be used to instantly gain a level were among the most philosophically interesting items in the game's economy, not because of what they did mechanically, but because of what they implied about the nature of growth in this world. Experience could be compressed into a single consumable. Development could be accelerated past the ordinary rhythms that produced it. The rare candy was efficient and effective, and players who used them sometimes felt, without quite being able to articulate why, that they had taken something from the experience as by using them. The growth that happened quickly felt less earned than the growth that happened through accumulated battles, even though the statistical result was identical. This was a small and interesting observation about the relationship between effort and meaning, one that the game made available without requiring any player to engage with it. The weather mechanics that evolved across the series created conditions that shaped not just the aesthetic experience of moving through each game's world, but the strategic landscape of battle as well. Rain, which first appeared as a field effect that could be summoned by certain moves or abilities, boosted the power of water-type attacks and weakened fire-type attacks, and its presence in a battle changed the calculations required to succeed. Sandstorms gradually damaged creatures without the steel, rock, or ground types that were native to sandy environments. Sun intensified fire and weakened water. These effects were initially simple, but accumulated across generations into a sophisticated set of interactions that competitive players incorporated deeply into their strategic thinking. The creatures who interacted with weather in specific ways became, in many cases, some of the most strategically significant in competitive play. Drought, an ability that automatically summoned harsh sunlight when a specific creature entered battle, and drizzle, which automatically summoned rain, created the foundation for weather-dependent team archetypes that dominated certain competitive periods. The creatures built around these team structures were not always the most powerful individually, but together they created environments in which their specific qualities became amplified, and the interplay between weather setters and the creatures who benefited from the conditions they created produced a level of team-building complexity that rewarded deep knowledge of the game's systems. The seasonal system introduced in the 5th generation, which changed the appearance of the world and the availability of certain Pokémon based on the actual month in which the game was being played, extended the weather concept into a longer temporal scale. Winter brought snow to routes that were green in summer. Certain areas were accessible only in specific seasons, and certain Pokémon appeared only under specific seasonal conditions. This system connected the game's world to the actual passage of time in the real world in a way that was unprecedented, making the experience of playing in December genuinely different from the experience of playing in June. Players who were attuned to this system found that the world of Unova had a depth that revealed itself only across months of engagement, only through the actual experience of seasons changing around both the game and the player. The day and night system had been present since the 2nd generation, but the seasonal system added a longer rhythm to the temporal texture of these games, a rhythm that required patience and return, rather than simply the decision to play at a different hour of the day. A creature that appeared only in winter was a creature that required waiting, that could not be obtained by any act of will in the wrong month, but only by the simple discipline of coming back when the season had changed. This patience was built into the game's design as an intentional quality of the experience, a recognition that some things are worth waiting for, and that the waiting itself is part of what makes the finding significant. The mythology surrounding the creation of the Pokémon world accumulated across generations into something genuinely complex, with each new entry adding layers to a cosmological narrative that the games never stated directly but that could be assembled from the fragments available in each region's ruins, libraries, and Pokedex entries. The Arceus creation myth of the fourth generation was the most explicitly stated element of this cosmology, but even it was delivered in fragments rather than as a unified account, requiring engagement with multiple sources to assemble into a coherent narrative. What the assembled cosmology suggested was a world that had been made rather than simply existing, that the creatures who inhabited it were in many cases older than the world itself, or were intimately connected to the forces that had shaped it, and that the boundary between the ordinary and the mythological was more permeable in this world than it typically appeared. Legendary Pokémon were not simply rare and powerful creatures. They were presences that existed at the intersection of the world's ordinary functioning and its deepest structural principles. They were, in various senses, the world's memory of itself. The lake spirits of Sinnoh, three small creatures who embodied knowledge and emotion and willpower, were described as having been born from the same original being as the temporal and spatial legendaries, smaller expressions of principles that the larger creatures embodied at a cosmic scale. This cosmological nested structure, in which the same principles appeared at different scales and in different forms, gave the fourth generation's mythology a coherence that felt genuinely thought through, rather than simply assembled from interesting individual pieces. The mythology of Unova was structured differently, built around a founding story of two heroes who had received the truth and ideal legendaries and used them to establish the region, and around the way that story had been contested and reinterpreted across generations to the point where the founding principles had been separated from their context. The N and Ghetsis plot was connected to this mythology through the creatures at its center, the legendary Pokémon who embodied the ideals that N genuinely believed in and that Ghetsis was willing to use as a weapon. The cosmological background gave the game's central conflict a weight that extended beyond the personal stories of its participants, connecting the current crisis to something that had been in motion since the region's founding. The mythological creatures of Alola occupied a particularly unusual position within the series' broader cosmological framework, because the game was explicit about certain of them being beings from outside the ordinary structure of the world, creatures that had entered through instabilities in the fabric of space itself and that existed by rules different from those that governed everything else. The Ultra Beasts were not simply powerful and rare. They were genuinely alien, shaped by environments so different from the Pokémon world that their bodies and behaviors could not be fully understood within the frameworks that had been developed to understand ordinary creatures. Their inclusion was a significant expansion of what the word Pokémon could encompass, an acknowledgement that the world was not just large, but connected to things larger than itself. The music of these games has never been incidental to the experience they provided, even in the earliest entries, where the hardware limitations meant that what was available was technically simple. The compositions that accompanied the first generation's journey through Kanto were built from the building blocks of early Game Boy audio synthesis, and they created within those constraints something that felt genuinely appropriate to what the games were doing. The low health warning that changed the tempo of the battle music created a specific kind of tension. The victory fanfare that followed a successful battle provided a specific kind of satisfaction. These were emotional responses created by sound design, and the people who composed them understood what they were creating even when they could not predict the degree to which those compositions would persist in players' memories. The town themes of the early games were particularly effective at creating distinct senses of place within the technical constraints of the hardware. Each town's theme was brief, looped inevitably, and was heard many dozens of times during a typical playthrough. The fact that these themes remained not just tolerable, but genuinely welcome across all those repetitions was an accomplishment that the composers achieved through a combination of melodic quality, emotional appropriateness, and a kind of restrained simplicity that prevented the themes from exhausting the attention even through long periods of exposure. The battle themes evolved across generations in ways that tracked the general evolution of the series' ambitions. The gym leader themes of later generations were more orchestrally elaborate, drawing from a wider range of musical influences, capable of carrying greater emotional weight. But they maintained something essential from the original game's battle music, a quality of urgency and import that communicated clearly that what was happening in the battle mattered, that the outcome was genuinely uncertain, that the next few decisions were genuinely significant. The best battle themes in the series created a feedback loop with the mechanics, each supporting the emotional register of the other. The legendary encounter themes deserved special attention because they occupied the most emotionally significant positions in the game's structure. A Pokémon that the game had built toward for dozens of hours required music that could carry the weight of that build-up, that could meet the moment of encounter with something appropriate to the scale of what was happening. The fourth generation's legendary themes were particularly successful in this regard, creating a sense of genuine grandeur that acknowledged the enormous scale of what was being encountered without becoming pompous or self-important. The music opened into something vast without losing its connection to the emotional register of the journey that had led to the encounter. The credits music that played after the champion had been defeated and the game had acknowledged the journey's completion served a specific emotional function that the best composers understood. The journey was not simply over. It was transitioning into a different phase, the post-game openness that every entry provided, and the credits music needed to create the emotional space for that transition. The best credits sequences combined quiet satisfaction with forward momentum, acknowledging the completion of something while suggesting the continuation of something else. They were not endings, but pauses, moments of reflection before the next chapter of the journey began. The social dimensions of these games, the trading and battling systems that connected individual players to each other, have always been essential to what the games were in ways that the single-player experience alone could not capture. The original games were designed around the link cable connection between two Game Boys, and the specific limitations of that connection shaped the design of the games in ways that are still visible in every subsequent entry. The fact that certain Pokémon could only be obtained through trading, that certain evolutions required the act of sending a creature to another player and receiving it back transformed, encoded into the game's structure, a recognition that some experiences required another person. The Wonder Trade system, introduced in the 6th generation, created a kind of anonymous generosity that the previous trading systems had not accommodated. Rather than trading specific creatures with specific people for specific purposes, Wonder Trade offered the experience of sending something into an unknown and receiving something unknown in return. The system produced all kinds of outcomes: creatures that were meaningless to receive, creatures that were unexpectedly useful, creatures from regions or languages the receiving player had never previously encountered, each wrapped in the particular quality of surprise that anonymous exchange makes possible. It was a different kind of connection than the deliberate trades of previous systems, one built around chance and abundance rather than negotiation and specificity. The global trade system that appeared in the 4th generation made the series genuinely international in a way that the previous games had only gesturally been. Players could deposit Pokémon into a global pool with requests attached, specifying what they hoped to receive in exchange, and other players anywhere in the world could fulfill those requests and take what had been offered. The system created a market, with specific creatures becoming currency, with the rarity of certain species creating particular kinds of demand, with the ingenuity of certain players who found ways to offer uncommon things in exchange for extraordinary ones. The market was uncontrolled and occasionally exploited, but it was also genuinely communal, a shared space where players from everywhere contributed to and drew from the same pool. The competitive battle systems that developed alongside and often separately from the game's official content created their own communities with their own histories and their own legends. Players who invested in understanding the full depth of the game's systems, who learned the implications of every ability and every move and every possible combination of held items and natures and effort values, developed capabilities that most casual players never encountered and would not have been able to appreciate without context. This stratification was not a failure of the game's design, but a feature of it, a recognition that different players wanted different depths of engagement, and that the games could serve all of them simultaneously without requiring any player to engage at a level deeper than they found enjoyable. The experience of playing these games late at night, when the house is quiet and the screen provides the only light, has always had a quality that distinguishes you from the experience of playing them in other contexts. The games were designed for portable play, for the spaces between other activities, for the bus and the lunch break and the waiting room, but they have always been well suited to the particular quality of attention that comes in the quiet hours when sleep is possible but not yet chosen. The world on the screen feels closer at night, the adventure more intimate, the creatures more present. This quality is connected to the game's pacing and to their particular relationship with silence. The Pokémon games are not loud in the way that many games are loud. Their moments of musical intensity are surrounded by spaces of relative calm, the ambient sounds of a town at rest, the simple loop of a route theme, the quiet of a cave where the sounds of the surface world have not followed you. These spaces of relative quiet invite a kind of receptive attention that is easier to access in the late hours when the ordinary demands of the day have receded and the mind is moving more slowly. The creatures who appear only at night in these games have always had a particular appeal connected to this nocturnal mode of engagement. Ghastly and its evolution line, which were among the most formidable trainers encountered in the first generation's late game, but could be found as wild Pokémon only in the darkness of the Pokémon Tower, carried a quality that was entirely appropriate to encountering them in a dark room in the small hours of the morning. The Pokémon who appeared on the night-only routes of Johto, the Pokémon who materialized in caves after the sun had set, all of these were part of a world that revealed different aspects of itself depending on when you came to it. The sleeping mechanic, which appeared in both the game's battle system and in the small sleep-related features that various entries in the series developed, connected the theme of rest to the actual experience of playing the games in the hours before sleep. A Pokémon that had been put to sleep in battle was temporarily removed from the fight, its presence registered, but its capability suspended, waiting for the condition to lift and for it to re-enter the contest of the world. There was something in this that felt like a metaphor for the player themselves in those late-night sessions, still present, still invested, but moving more slowly, more receptively, letting the world of the game wash over them rather than directing their engagement with it. The particular quality of rest that these games offered, the way they allowed the mind to be occupied without being taxed, to be entertained without being challenged, to be present in a world without needing to perform within it, was something that the game's designers thus may not have consciously intended, but that many players discovered and returned to. The Pokémon world was warm and consistent and familiar, and inhabiting it in the quiet hours was its own kind of rest, a different rest from sleep but related to it, a gentle dimming of the ordinary world in favor of one that asked only the most comfortable degree of attention. The question of what the series would become continued to present itself with each new generation, each new entry carrying within it an answer that was also a new question. The games that followed the seventh generation continued the trajectory of increasing narrative sophistication while grappling with new hardware capabilities and new understandings of what the audience wanted and what the world of Pokémon could be. The series has never been static, even when individual entries have stayed close to established patterns, because the world itself has changed around the games, and the people who made and played them have changed along with it. What remained constant across all that change was the essential structure, the beginning, the journey, the champion, the world that persisted after the credits. This structure was not simply a formula being repeated, but a framework that was capacious enough to contain an enormous range of experiences, to accommodate the simple adventure of Kanto and the philosophical complexity of Unova, to support both the breezy warmth of Kalos and the emotional depth of Alola. A framework that can contain that much variety without losing its essential quality is not a limitation, but an achievement, and the series' long history is evidence that the achievement has held. The players who began their journeys in Kanto in the 1990s and have continued through every subsequent generation have experienced something rare in any entertainment form, which is the genuine ongoing development of a world they entered when they were young, and that has grown in something like proportion to their own growth. The world of Pokémon today is not the same world as it was when it began, and neither are the players who inhabit it. But something essential has persisted through all that development, a quality of invitation, of openness, of genuine delight in the creatures, in the journeys, and the possibilities that any new beginning holds. The tall grass will always be tall. The first choice will always matter. The world will always be larger than it first appeared, and more beautiful, and more strange, and more full of things worth finding than any single adventure can contain. These are the games that have held something true about the experience of setting out into an unknown world, and that holding has made them last. The night grows quieter now. The world on the screen is still. The creatures rest in their various habitats, and the routes between towns are empty, and the gyms are dark, and the legend waits somewhere in the deep places of each region, patient as it has always been. There is always more to find. There is always a reason to return. And the world that waits for you on the other side of every new beginning is as full of wonder as it has ever been, ready to offer its particular gifts to whoever steps into it with open attention and the willingness to be surprised. The gym badge system that has anchored every mainline Pokémon game's progression since the very beginning deserves more careful consideration than it usually receives, because it is doing something more complex than it initially appears. On the surface, a badge is simply a proof of victory, a token that the player has defeated a specific trained opponent and is therefore entitled to continue deeper into the region. But the badge system creates something beyond this mechanical function, which is a sense of the region as a measured and traversable space, a world that reveals itself incrementally and that acknowledges each step of the revelation with a physical token. The accumulation of badges in the player's badge case created a visual record of the journey's progress, each new addition changing the appearance of the case and suggesting, through what was present and what was still absent, how much of the world had been visited and how much remained. Players who opened their badge case in the early stages of a game found it sparse and predominantly empty, the few badges present emphasizing the emptiness around them. Players who opened it near the end found it nearly full, each badge carrying its own specific memory of the encounter that had yielded it. The badge case was a kind of autobiography of the journey, a material record of where the player had been and what they had done there. The gym leaders themselves occupied a specific cultural position within the world of each region that the games rarely examined directly, but that their presence consistently implied. They were the best in their type specialization within a specific geographic area, recognized experts whose authority was both official and earned. The institutions that surrounded them, the formal gym structure, the requirement to have a certain number of badges before certain moves could be used, the recognition by other characters in the world that the player had been to a specific gym and faced its leader, all of these created a sense of a world that had developed specific practices around Pokémon training and that took those practices seriously. The moment of receiving a badge was brief in most games, a short dialogue exchange and a graphic of the badge entering the case, but it was consistently satisfying in a way that longer and more elaborate reward sequences in other games often failed to be. The satisfaction was connected to the simplicity of the moment, to the directness with which it acknowledged what had happened and what it meant. A gym battle won was a challenge overcome, and the badge was the clearest possible acknowledgement that the challenge had been real and that the overcoming of it mattered. The occasional gym that the player could return to after the main story had concluded to find the gym leader stronger and more prepared created a sense of the world continuing to develop alongside the player, of the people in it also growing and changing. Finding a familiar face unexpectedly stronger was a reminder that the world had been in motion during the player's adventure, that others had been training and developing in the time it had taken to complete the main journey. These optional rematches were never required, but they provided something for players who wanted the world to continue offering genuine challenge after the story had concluded. The friendship that accumulated between a player and their most consistently used Pokémon was one of the most quietly significant experiences the series provided, and it was significant precisely because it was not narrated or dramatized, but simply accumulated through play. A Pokémon that had been in the party through many dozens of hours of adventure had been present for the most difficult battles and the most straightforward ones, for the moments of frustration and the moments of triumph, for every town healed in and every route traversed. This presence accumulated into something that felt like genuine companionship, even though it was entirely mediated through code and mechanics. Players who reported strong feelings of attachment to specific Pokémon in their parties were not experiencing something irrational or disproportionate. They were experiencing the genuine output of a system designed to create exactly that kind of attachment through repeated positive interactions, through shared experience of challenge and success, through the specific way that these games made the party feel like a collection of individuals rather than a set of interchangeable tools. The friendship mechanic, which measured this attachment numerically and connected it to specific mechanical benefits, was only the most visible part of a broader design intention that ran through every aspect of how these games depicted the relationship between trainers and their Pokémon. The specific Pokémon that different players chose as their most relied upon companions said something about what they were looking for from the game and from the relationship it offered. Players who gravitated toward defensive creatures that could absorb enormous amounts of damage were using their Pokémon to provide a specific kind of security within the battle system. Players who preferred fast and fragile attackers were engaging with a different set of values, prioritizing efficiency and precision over endurance. Players who chose Pokémon primarily on the basis of their visual appearance were expressing a different relationship with the game's world, one in which aesthetic pleasure and personal affinity took precedence over strategic optimization. All of these approaches were valid, and the games accommodated all of them, which was part of what made the experience feel genuinely personal. The Pokémon that became cultural phenomena beyond the games themselves, creatures whose images and names and characteristics became recognizable to people who had never played a single entry in the series, achieved this status through a combination of design quality and repeated exposure across the many media that the franchise occupied. The games were only one element of a larger ecosystem that included animated series, trading cards, toys, films, and countless other expressions of the same core creatures. But the games were the origin, the place where the relationships between players and creatures first developed, and the emotional weight that those creatures carried in their other forms was borrowed from what the games had established. The trading card game that developed alongside the video games created a different kind of relationship with the creatures, one organized around collection and competition in ways that were distinct from but related to the video game's approach. The visual presentation of the creatures on the cards, sometimes rendered in art styles quite different from their video game sprites, expanded the range of possible feelings about each creature, making space for different aesthetic responses and different imaginative possibilities. A creature that looked one way in the games could look entirely different on a card, and both representations could feel true to something essential about what the creature was. The concept of a starter Pokémon, the creature offered at the beginning of every main series game as the first companion of the journey, has been one of the series' most consistently significant design challenges. The three options offered in each game needed to be individually appealing while also being meaningfully different from one another, needed to carry within them the promise of an entire adventure's worth of development, and needed to represent a genuine choice rather than a selection between options where one was obviously superior. Achieving all of this simultaneously across every generation was a design achievement that the series has managed with varying degrees of success, but never entirely failed to achieve. The first generation's three starters represented elemental simplicity executed with clarity. Bulbasaur was plant and poison, small and low to the ground, a creature whose power was quiet and accumulated rather than immediately obvious. Charmander was fire, upright and bright, a creature whose flame tail communicated both warmth and the specific danger of warmth pushed past its limits. Squirtle was water, round and self-contained, a creature whose shell suggested both protection and a certain cheerful confidence in the adequacy of its defenses. Each of these was a complete initial impression, and each held within it the promise of something more dramatic that the two evolutions ahead would deliver. The evolution lines that followed these three starters were among the most iconic sequences the series has produced, not because of any particular complexity in their design, but because of the clarity with which each stage expressed a specific phase of growth. The middle evolutions were uniformly less loved than their beginning and final forms, because middle evolutions occupy a position of incompleteness by definition, no longer the charming beginning, but not yet the powerful conclusion. But even this structural awkwardness was something the games used, making the middle evolution feel like a genuine transitional state, rather than simply a weaker version of the final form. The choice of starter determined not just the player's opening advantage and disadvantage in the game's early gym battles, but also the specific personality that the principal companion would carry through the adventure. Players who chose Charmander, and then Charmeleon, and then Charizard were accompanied by a creature whose design expressed ambition and power, a creature who outgrew its original context and became something that the world had to reckon with. Players who chose Bulbasaur and its line were accompanied by something steadier and more rooted, a creature whose power grew slowly and expressed itself differently, less dramatically, but no less genuinely. Players who chose Squirtle and its line were with something more playful and more adaptable, a creature that could become formidable without losing the openness and good nature of its beginning. The starter evolutions of subsequent generations have carried their own specific emotional trajectories, each one expressing something about the generation's sensibility and about what the designers understood to be the essential promise of the beginning creature. The Johto starters moved from the small and energetic towards something specific and settled, their final forms occupying definite aesthetic positions that felt like conclusions to something begun but not fully expressed in their first forms. The Hoenn starters moved toward drama, their final forms all occupying a scale and presence significantly greater than their beginnings suggested. The Sinnoh starters moved toward mythology, each final form connecting its creature to a specific cultural archetype that the earlier forms had only gestured toward. The Unova starters embodied the fifth generation's general ambition by producing final forms that were more conceptually complex than previous generations had attempted, each of them generating more discussion and more strong opinions than most starter lines before them. The controversy around certain of these designs was itself evidence that the designs were doing something, creating reactions that indicated genuine engagement rather than simple acceptance or indifference. A starter evolution that makes players feel strongly, even when some of those feelings are negative, has achieved something that a starter evolution that generates no reaction has not. The rival system that has accompanied every mainline game has traced an arc across the series' history that reflects broader changes in how the games understood challenge and motivation. The original rival structure, exemplified by the first generation's antagonistic competitor, was built around a model of progress through opposition, of growing stronger partly in response to someone who was also growing stronger and who wanted you to fall short. This model had genuine psychological force. The rival's consistent presence throughout the journey, always slightly ahead, always ready to note the gap, created a specific kind of motivation that was connected to a specific kind of identity, the identity of someone who needed to prove something. The second generation's rival complicated this model by removing the clear competitive energy and replacing it with something more ambiguous. A rival defined by what had been taken from him rather than by what he was working towards occupied a different emotional register, and his encounters throughout the journey felt less like moments of competition and more like moments of confrontation with a question the game was not prepared to answer. Why did this person continue? What sustained a journey without evident motivation? The game left this question open, and the openness was more interesting than any specific answer would have been. The rivals of later generations moved in various directions with this question. Some generations embraced the warm companion model, providing player characters with supportive friends whose rivalry was friendly and whose victories celebrated rather than resented. Other generations attempted to recover something of the original model's competitive tension, providing rivals whose edge was genuine, but whose challenge was constructed differently than the first generations had been. The most successful rivals in the series were the ones whose presence answered a specific emotional need of the game's story, whether that need was for genuine challenge, for warmth, for complexity, or for the particular kind of reflection that an evenly matched competitor provides. The phenomenon of the rival appearing at unexpected moments throughout the journey, of turning a corner in an unfamiliar city to find the familiar face already there, was one of the series' most reliably effective small pleasures. The rival's presence at these moments was often accompanied by a specific kind of dialogue that acknowledged the coincidence of the encounter, that gestured toward whatever narrative was developing between the two characters, and that provided a challenge that was both strategically significant and emotionally resonant. These encounters were among the most reliably memorable moments in any game that executed them well, because they combined the surprise of the unexpected with the satisfaction of the familiar. The moment at the end of many games when the rival was revealed to have arrived at the champion's position before the player, or was found waiting somewhere in the post-game world with a party significantly stronger than the one they had carried through the main story, carried a specific feeling that was difficult to fully articulate, but that many players recognized immediately. It was the feeling of someone who had been beside you through everything, also having been working through everything, of growth and change that had occurred out of view, but that was real and visible in its results. This feeling was the rival system at its best, creating through the specifics of the game's structure an experience of genuine coexistence with another person's journey. The post-game events that waited for players after the main story's conclusion have been one of the series' most variable elements, ranging from nearly nothing to extensive additional storylines and encounter opportunities that rivaled the main adventure in scope. The first generation's postgame was modest, consisting primarily of the remaining Pokémon to be found and the optional battle against the game's original legendary. The second generation's expansion of Kanto set a standard that the postgame has never quite matched for sheer ambition, though subsequent games have found other ways to create meaningful experiences after the main story's conclusion. The post-game legendary encounters that have appeared across the series have generally occupied one of two positions within the game's emotional architecture. Some legendaries were clearly meant to be encountered during the main story, but were positioned at the end of optional paths that the main progression did not require. Others were deliberately withheld until the post-game as explicit rewards for completing the main journey, their availability a recognition that the player had earned the right to encounter something rare and significant. Both types served the same basic function of providing the player with goals that extended beyond the story's conclusion, but they did so with different emotional inflections. The Battle Frontier and its equivalents, which appeared in various forms across multiple generations, created a specifically competitive post-game space that was entirely distinct from the exploration-focused activities that other post-game content provided. The Battle Frontier presented a series of challenge facilities, each organized around a different format or set of rules, where the objective was to win consecutive battles and earn recognition for sustained excellence, rather than simply to complete a specific goal. The facilities were difficult in ways that the main game was not, because they were designed specifically for players who had completed the main game and wanted a challenge calibrated to their level of mastery. The depth required to succeed in the most demanding Battle Frontier facilities was substantial, requiring knowledge of the game's systems that extended well beyond what the main story asked of the player. Building a team capable of competing seriously at the Frontier's highest tiers required understanding type matchups, ability interactions, held item effects, and move synergies at a level of detail that most players had never needed to engage with. The players who pursued mastery here were engaging with the game's systems in their fullest expression, and the facility they encountered when doing so was genuinely challenging in ways that felt respectful of the knowledge and effort that engagement required. The Pokémon contests and their equivalent activities in various generations provided post-game content of an entirely different character, one organized around aesthetic presentation and performance rather than battle performance. These activities rewarded players who had paid attention to different qualities of their Pokémon, who had thought about their creatures in terms of personality and presentation rather than only in terms of combat capability. The best performances in the contest system felt like a genuine alternative way of engaging with the same creatures that occupied every other aspect of the game, a recognition that the relationship between a trainer and a Pokémon was large enough to encompass multiple, entirely different modes of expression. The hidden Pokémon encounters that required specific conditions or specific knowledge to access have always occupied a special place within the experience of these games, creating a category of discovery that felt qualitatively different from the ordinary encounter with wild Pokémon in tall grass or water. A creature that appeared only when a specific item was used in a specific location, or only when a specific combination of game events had been completed in a specific order, or only when the player had sought out a specific piece of information from a specific character in a specific town, carried with it the particular satisfaction of having found something that was not simply there, but that had been placed there for the player who was willing to look carefully. The Phoebus encounter in the third generation exemplified this category of hidden discovery at its most extreme. Phoebus was a plain and unimpressive fish Pokémon that could evolve into one of the game's most beautiful creatures, but it could only be found in a single long and featureless fishing route, where it occupied only a handful of specific tiles out of dozens of available ones. Finding Phoebus required fishing in every possible location along the route, a process that was time-consuming and offered no visual cues to distinguish the tiles where Phoebus appeared from the tiles where it did not. The reward for this patient and methodical search was a creature that could become extraordinary, and the difficulty of finding it was part of what made the transformation from found to evolved feel significant. The legendary Pokémon who required extended quest chains before they would appear were a more structured version of this same principle. Completing the sequence of steps necessary to encounter a specific legendary, each step revealing the next, the whole sequence building toward an encounter that had been anticipated through everything that led to it, created a sense of earned access that the direct encounters of the main story could not replicate. The player had not simply arrived at the right location at the right time. They had demonstrated, through the sequence of actions the encounter required, that they understood something about the creature they were seeking and about the world that contained it. The Pokémon that could only be obtained through specific real-world events, distributed through Nintendo events or online systems during limited windows of time, occupied the most contingent and the most memorable position within this category of special encounters. They were genuinely rare, not in the artificial way that rare spawns in a video game are rare, but in the way that things that could only be obtained during a specific period in actual time are rare, carrying with them the irreversible quality of moments that could have been attended but were not. The Pokémon distributed at these events became objects of genuine nostalgia for players who had attended the events, and genuine regret for players who had not, and the emotional charge they carried was inseparable from the specific temporal circumstances of their availability. The relationship between the games and the broader Pokémon media ecosystem has always been complex and generative, each element of the franchise influencing the others in ways that are not always directly traceable. The animated series that began airing alongside the first generation of games established a specific interpretation of what the Pokémon world was like that differed in significant ways from the game's interpretation, and the divergence between the two was a creative resource rather than a problem. Players who encountered the games after the anime carried with them specific expectations and specific emotional associations that shaped their experience of the games, while players who came to the games first encountered the anime as an expansion of something they already knew from a different angle. The films that appeared periodically throughout the series' history extended the world in directions that the games and the anime both suggested but neither fully explored. The theatrical scale of the films allowed for visual presentation and narrative ambition that the weekly series' episodic structure could not accommodate, and the best films in the series used this scale to tell stories that felt genuinely significant within the world they depicted. The first film's examination of the ethics of creating life and of the responsibilities that creation entails connected directly to questions that the games and the series had approached but not fully confronted, and it did so with a directness that felt appropriate to the medium. The trading card game remained the most mathematically and strategically elaborate expression of the Pokémon property for much of the franchise's history, developing its own sophisticated competitive ecosystem that drew from but was not reducible to the video game's mechanics. The cards created representations of creatures and items and characters from the games in a format that allowed for different kinds of creative expression, different possibilities for visual presentation, and a competitive experience organized around fundamentally different principles. The card games community developed its own expertise and its own history, and the relationship between that community and the video game communities was sometimes overlapping and sometimes entirely distinct. The toys and merchandise that accumulated around the franchise created a material dimension to the relationship between players and the creatures they knew from screens, making it possible to hold specific Pokémon in one's hands, to carry them from place to place, to arrange them on shelves alongside each other, in ways that created small visual narratives independent of any specific game or episode. The physical presence of these objects in players' lives was not incidental to the franchise's cultural significance, but central to it, creating touchstones of childhood that endured into adulthood with the particular weight of things that were once loved and have remained part of a person's history even after the active intensity of that love has changed. The long view of what the Pokémon series has accomplished across its history reveals something that individual examinations of specific games can sometimes obscure, which is the extraordinary consistency of purpose that has run through the series, despite all the changes in hardware, in personnel, in cultural context, and in the specific creative directions that different generations have pursued. Every game has been about the same essential things, about setting out, about encountering the world's creatures, about the development that occurs through sustained engagement with challenge, and about the particular quality of relationship that forms between a traveler and the companions who accompany them. This consistency has sometimes been criticized as a limitation, as evidence that the series was unwilling or unable to change in ways that other franchises were willing to change. The criticism was not entirely without merit, but it missed something important about why consistency of core purpose was not the same as stagnation. The framework that the series established in its first games was not a cage that prevented development, but a container that allowed a great deal of development to occur within it. The variety of ways that different generations had found to fill that container, the different emotional tones and narrative ambitions and mechanical explorations that each entry had brought to the established structure was evidence of the framework's generativity rather than its limitation. The players who have stayed with the series across multiple generations have experienced something that players of more dramatically evolving franchises have not, which is the particular quality of familiarity that comes from knowing a thing deeply over a long period of time. The knowledge of how to play a Pokémon game, accumulated across many years and many entries, creates a baseline of competence and confidence from which each new game can be approached without the barrier of unfamiliarity. This meant that each new game could spend less time establishing its basics and more time exploring what was specific and new about its particular expression of the established form. The players who encountered the series for the first time at various points in its history have had importantly different experiences because the game they first encountered shaped their understanding of what the series was, and all subsequent games were understood in relation to that first experience. A player whose introduction to Pokémon was through the fifth generation's philosophically ambitious storytelling understood the series differently than a player whose first game was the fourth generation's mythologically serious exploration of time and space, and both understood it differently than a player whose first game was the simple and direct adventure of the first generation. All of these understandings were valid, and the games were large enough to accommodate all of them as genuine entry points into something real. What has remained constant across all these different entry points and all these different understandings is the thing that makes these games what they are: the creature waiting in the tall grass, the companion evolving into something you did not expect when you chose it, the town at the end of a long route where healing and rest waited, the gym where the next challenge was preparing, the champion who had been growing alongside you through all of it, the world that continued after the credits rolled and revealed itself to be larger and more full of possibility than the story you had just completed had been able to show you. This continuity of essential experience across 30 years of games and across the lives of the people who played them is not an accident. It is an achievement, the result of people who understood what mattered and made sure that every new game preserved it while finding new ways to express it. The series will continue, and it will change, and some of the changes will be welcomed and some will be questioned, but the tall grass will remain, and the creature in the tall grass will remain, and the journey that begins when you step into that grass will remain as genuinely open and as genuinely yours as it has always been. The concept of effort values, which determined how a Pokemon's statistics grew based on which types of opponents it had defeated, created a hidden depth beneath the game's visible surface that rewarded players who sought to understand it. Two Pokemon of the same species, at the same level, with the same nature, could have meaningfully different statistical profiles depending on which opponents they had faced during their development. A creature that had accumulated its experience primarily through battling fast opponents would become faster than one that had accumulated experience through battling strong opponents. The game tracked this development invisibly, and players who understood the system could shape their Pokemon's growth in specific directions. This hidden depth existed alongside the visible surface of the game in a way that was characteristic of the series' general design philosophy. The games were approachable at their surface and deep beneath it, rewarding engagement at every level without requiring any level of engagement beyond what the player found natural and comfortable. A player who never encountered the effort value system and chose their party entirely on the basis of which creatures they found appealing could still complete every game in the series. A player who spent hours planning the optimal effort value distribution for a specific competitive build was engaging with the same game in an entirely different register. Both engagements were valid, and the game supported both simultaneously. The individual values that similarly shaped each Pokemon's statistical potential, assigned at the moment of the creature's creation, added another dimension of uniqueness to each individual Pokemon. Two Bulbasaur, met in the same patch of grass on the same day, were not identical. Each had its own specific potential, its own ceiling for each statistical attribute, determined by values that could not be changed, and that created genuine differences in what each creature could ultimately become. The system acknowledged something true about individuality, that creatures of the same species are not interchangeable, that what might look like sameness from the outside contains genuine difference when examined closely. The breeding system that appeared in the second generation and that became increasingly sophisticated across subsequent entries connected the biological concept of inheritance to the game's mechanics in ways that were both scientifically inspired and creatively interesting. Pokemon could produce eggs when left in the care of a specific facility with compatible partners, and the resulting offspring inherited qualities from both parents in ways that followed consistent rules. Players who understood the system could use it to produce offspring with specific natures, specific statistical potentials, and access to moves that the offspring could not naturally learn through the inheritance of moves from the parent who knew them. The breeding system transformed the way dedicated players thought about their Pokemon, because it meant that the creatures they carried in their parties were not simply found but could be deliberately produced, their qualities shaped through choices made before they were born. This shift from finding to making was significant, because it moved the relationship between player and creature from a purely receptive position, accepting what the world offered, to a generative position, producing specific creatures according to specific plans. The care and knowledge required to produce a creature with exactly the desired qualities was substantial, and the investment it represented was part of what gave the resulting creatures their particular significance. The weather events that shaped specific areas of each region's geography were among the most effective pieces of world building the games employed, because they were communicating information about place through experience rather than through text. A route where it was always raining did not need to announce its association with water-type Pokémon, because the rain itself made the connection felt before it was thought. The perpetual snow that covered certain mountain routes created a sense of the cold and the elevation before any dialogue about them appeared. These environmental details were also mechanical, affecting the damage output of specific move types and the behavior of certain abilities, and the combination of aesthetic and mechanical function made them feel integrated into the world rather than decorative. The unique weather conditions of specific areas created destinations within each region that felt genuinely distinct from their surroundings, places that could not be described as simply another route or another cave because their specific conditions made them something other than generic space. The desert route that appeared in the first generation, accessible through the middle of a cave system and occupying a hot and barren stretch of sand in a region that otherwise offered temperate conditions, was one of the first examples of this kind of environmental distinctiveness. Later games developed the concept further, creating specific zones with specific environmental qualities that carried specific histories and specific sets of creatures. The volcanic areas that appeared in the Huen region, where the ground was hot and the Pokémon that lived there reflected the heat of their environment and their types and behaviors, created a sense of a world shaped by geological forces rather than simply designed for the player's convenience. The ocean routes that covered much of Huen's surface created the opposite quality, a sense of vast and relatively featureless water whose width and emptiness was itself meaningful, suggesting a world where the distance between places was real rather than symbolic. Both the volcanic and the oceanic environments were expressing something true about the region's character, and encountering them in sequence gave the player a sense of traversing a genuine geography rather than a game map. The caves that threaded through every region created a particular quality of experience that was distinct from anything found on the surface world. Moving through a cave involved a different relationship with visibility, with direction, with the creatures encountered, and with a sense of progress. The cave systems of these games ranged from the purely connective passages between two surface areas that existed only to create a reason for the player to have certain abilities before proceeding, to the genuinely vast and complex multi-level networks of tunnels and chambers that could be explored for their own sake rather than simply as obstacles between destinations. Mount Moon in the first generation was perhaps the most famous of the caves that occupied a purely connective function, the long tunnel between Pewter City and Cerulean that the player passed through in the early stages of the game. It was not especially large or especially complex, but it introduced the specific experience of underground traversal, of moving through a space where the normal visual cues of the surface world were absent and where the creatures encountered were different from those of the routes above. Zubat, the most frequently encountered creature in this and many subsequent caves, became one of the series' most recognized minor annoyances, a creature whose prevalence was itself a form of world building, suggesting that the underground spaces of the Pokémon world were inhabited in specific ways that were different from the surface. The cave systems of later generations became more elaborate in their design, incorporating puzzles and hidden areas and specific Pokémon encounters that required returning to the same space multiple times with different capabilities. The deep complexity of these spaces rewarded exploration in ways that the purely connective caves of the first generation had not, making the underground feel like a genuine alternative world with its own geography and its own logic, rather than simply an unavoidable passage between more interesting destinations. The ice-filled caverns of the colder regions, where movement across the floor was governed by the physics of ice rather than the ordinary freedom of unimpeded motion, created a specific mechanical challenge that was also an aesthetic experience. The visual quality of movement across a smooth and frictionless surface, having its own particular pleasure, even when the puzzle built around that surface was frustrating. The best ice cave puzzles use the mechanical constraint of slipping movement to create a sense of genuine physical space, a place where the environment imposed its own terms on what was possible, where the player had to think about the consequences of movement before moving, rather than simply responding to what was directly ahead. The interaction between Pokémon and the natural world depicted in these games was never examined as directly as it might have been, but it was always present as a background element that gave the world a texture it would not have had otherwise. The tall grass that housed wild Pokémon was not simply a game mechanic, but a suggestion that the creatures of this world were integrated into ordinary ecosystems rather than existing separately from them. The Pokémon encountered in the water were not simply opponents to be caught or avoided, but evidence of a functioning aquatic ecosystem with its own populations and its own dynamics. The creatures that appeared in caves were cave creatures, adapted to specific conditions rather than generically distributed through the world. This ecological integration was never fully developed in any game, but it was consistently implied, and the implication was enough to give the world a sense of genuine depth. Players who thought about where specific Pokémon lived and why they lived there, about what they ate and how they interacted with each other and with the humans whose settlements shared their territory, found that the games had planted seeds of ecological thinking that grew into something more interesting than the games themselves fully explored. The Pokédex entries were the primary vehicle for this ecological suggestion, describing behaviors and habitats and relationships that the game's mechanics could not represent, but that the descriptions made imaginatively available. The regional forms introduced in the 7th generation, which depicted familiar Pokémon adapted to the specific conditions of the Alolan environment in ways that changed their types and appearances and behaviors, were the most explicit engagement with ecological adaptation the series had produced. The concept that a Pokémon species could look and function differently in different environments was not new to biology, but was new to the games, and its introduction acknowledged something that the ecological integration of the world had always implied but never stated directly, that the creatures of the Pokémon world were responsive to their environments, that they were genuinely biological in their relationship to the conditions of their existence, rather than simply cosmetically varied. The friendships that developed between characters in the game's story, both the relationships the player character had with other trainers and the relationships those other characters had with each other, created a social texture to the world that made it feel populated by people with their own lives, rather than simply by trainers waiting for encounters. The best games in the series populated the world with characters whose connections to each other were visible through the dialogue and the events of the story, who changed over the course of the adventure in ways that were responsive to the adventure's events rather than to the player's progress alone. The professor's relationship with the player character and with the rival in the first generation was simple but effective, establishing a paternal figure whose authority was gentle and whose belief in the player's capacity for the journey was conveyed more through what he said to others than through what he said directly. The relationships between gym leaders across a region, which later games occasionally made visible through events or dialogue, suggested a community of skilled trainers who knew each other and who existed in relationship rather than in isolation. The Elite Four members who recognized each other and acknowledged the player's journey through those recognitions created the sense of a world where the player's adventure was real and witnessed rather than occurring in isolation. The support characters who appeared throughout the adventure to provide healing, information, items, or simply conversation added to the sense of a populated world by occupying specific roles within it that felt earned rather than arbitrary. The old woman who explained the game's mechanics in exchange for conversation, the collector whose desire for specific items created a trading chain that rewarded patience and attention, the watcher who stood at a specific viewpoint and offered a reflection on the landscape visible from that position. These characters were small individually, but collectively they created the atmosphere of a lived-in world rather than an empty stage. The moments when the game's world and the player's own life intersected, when the simple facts of geography or weather or time of day created a specific experience that could not be reproduced by simply replaying the same sequence of events, were among the most genuinely memorable the series produced, playing a night set event during actual nighttime. Finding a Pokémon whose seasonal appearance corresponded to the actual season outside the window. Walking through a rainy in-game route while rain fell on the other side of the glass. These coincidences between the world on the screen and the world outside it were small and accidental and entirely real in their effect, connecting the adventure to life in the way that the best play always finds ways to do. The games will continue to be played in these moments of intersection, in the quiet hours and the borrowed minutes, and the long, unhurried afternoons of a summer that comes around again every year, without the world changing quite enough to prevent the particular quality of attention that certain kinds of play require. The tall grass will remain as tall as it has always been. The creature in it will remain as patient, and the player who steps into it will find, as players have always found, that the world on the other side of that step is exactly large enough to hold whatever they bring to it. The particular way that each Pokémon game handled its opening sequence, the minutes before the player was handed full control of their character and allowed to begin the journey in earnest, reveals a great deal about what each game understood itself to be and what it believed the player needed before the adventure could properly begin. These openings have varied enormously across generations in their length, their ambition, their degree of guidance, and the specific quality of feeling they were trying to establish. But all of them were attempts to answer the same question, which was how to welcome a player into a new world and make them feel from the very first moment that the world was worth entering. The first generation's opening was famously economical. A brief sequence introduced the concept of Pokémon as creatures that shared the world with humans. A kindly face offered the adventure's essential premise. The player was given a name and released into Pallet Town with almost no further ceremony. This directness was not a limitation of the technology, though the technology was indeed limited, but a reflection of the game's confidence that the premise required no elaborate justification. The world was full of creatures, and the player was going to go find them, and that was sufficient reason for everything that followed. The second generation's opening was similarly restrained but carried a different quality, the specific feeling of a world settling into its own rhythms before the player arrived. The legendary bird appearing briefly against a sky of moving clouds was not an extended cutscene but a suggestion, the barest glimpse of something mythological that the game would spend its full length approaching gradually. This restraint was deliberate, setting the tone for a generation whose storytelling generally preferred suggestion to statement, whose most significant moments arrived quietly rather than dramatically. The third generation's opening introduced something the series had not previously attempted, which was the experience of arrival from somewhere else. The moving truck that carried the player's family to Little Root Town was a real-world detail of the most ordinary kind, completely incongruous with the fantastical setting it established, and the incongruity was the point. The game was saying, through this small and domestic image, that the world it was depicting had room for ordinary life, that the adventures within it were not set apart from the rhythms of the everyday, but grew out of them. The fourth generation's opening was the most mythologically weighted of any in the series to that point, presenting images of a cosmological narrative that the game would spend dozens of hours elaborating. A creature moving through a space that preceded the world's creation, a sense of vast and empty potential that the adventure would eventually fill with specific names and specific encounters. This was an opening that promised something large and asked the player to be patient in receiving it. The promise was kept, but the patience required was genuinely substantial, and the opening's ambition was in retrospect a foreshadowing of the game's most significant tensions. The fifth generation's opening was brief and confident, establishing the tone of a game that knew what it wanted to say and was not going to delay in saying it. Three friends stood at the edge of their hometown, looking at a stone monument, and the mood of the moment was warm and specific, the mood of a friendship that had accumulated enough history to be comfortable in its own silences. This image anchored the adventure that followed in a way that the more mythologically oriented openings of other games had not quite achieved, grounding the eventual philosophical complexity in something immediately human and immediately felt. The sixth generation's opening was the most technically spectacular the series had yet produced, using the new hardware capabilities to display a world of three-dimensional depth and color that felt genuinely cinematic in a way that previous games had only gestured toward. The beauty of the opening sequence was itself a kind of statement about what the game intended to offer, an adventure that was visually gorgeous as a fundamental quality of its experience, rather than simply as a technical achievement. The Kalos opening promised an aesthetic pleasure that the game delivered throughout, even when other elements of the experience were less consistently successful. The seventh generation's opening was perhaps the most emotionally precise of any in the series, because it established from its very first moments the emotional center of what followed. The young woman holding a small creature, the sense of uncertainty and the sense of care combined in a single image, communicated immediately what the game's story would be fundamentally about. The opening of a Sun and Moon playthrough did not deliver information, but feeling, and the feeling it delivered was the one that the game would spend its full length developing into something complex and affecting. The electric-type Pokémon across all generations have carried with them a specific kind of energy that has made them among the most reliably appealing in the series, their type associations connecting to qualities of speed and brightness and sudden unpredictability that translate naturally into both visual design and emotional resonance. The first generation's electric types established the range of expressions this energy could take, from the compact and cheerful personality of Pikachu to the elegant and powerful presence of Electabuzz to the geometric precision of Magnemite and its evolution line. Each of these was expressing something different about what electricity meant as a living characteristic, and together they created a template that subsequent generations would expand in various directions. The electric mouse line that began with Pikachu and was extended in every subsequent generation with a new small electric rodent became one of the series' most self-referential design traditions, each new edition occupying a position within the regional roster that was partly tribute to the original and partly an expression of something new. Some of these editions were beloved immediately. Others required more time to find their audience. But the tradition itself, The commitment to continuing a lineage that had begun with the series' most iconic single creature was evidence of the game's awareness of their own history and their willingness to engage with that history playfully, rather than simply repeating it. The electric-type legendary Pokémon, who appeared across generations, each expressed a different facet of the type's symbolic possibilities. The legendary birds of the first generation included a Zapdos whose design captured something of the chaos and the danger of actual electrical storms, its form suggesting feathers that had been caught in perpetual lightning, its presence communicating something that felt genuinely threatening despite the familiar avian basic structure. Later generations added electric legendaries, whose designs were more abstract and more cosmological, moving from the naturalistic imagery of a lightning-struck bird toward creatures whose relationship to electricity was more fundamental and less visible on the surface of their design. The electric-type moves that accumulated across generations created a vocabulary of specific expressions of electrical power that competitive players learned to distinguish precisely. The difference between a reliable but modest attack and a powerful but inaccurate one, between an attack that paralyzed its target and one that did not, between a move that drew electricity to the user and one that projected it outward, these distinctions were not simply mechanical, but were expressions of different aspects of what electricity could do, different ways of engaging with a natural phenomenon that the creatures of this world had internalized as part of their biological identity. The paralysis status condition associated with electric-type attacks created one of the game's most mechanically significant negative conditions, one that affected the afflicted Pokemon's speed and created a chance of complete immobility on any given turn. The strategic implications of this condition were enormous, because speed was one of the most consequential attributes in the battle system, determining which creature acted first in any given turn, and therefore what options were available to both sides. A paralyzed creature lost a portion of its speed advantage and was additionally at risk of losing its turn entirely, and these combined effects made electric-type moves and the creatures who used them strategically significant in ways that extended far beyond the immediate damage those moves dealt. The water-type Pokémon that have populated the oceans and rivers and lakes of every region represent the broadest and most varied subcategory within any single type in the series, encompassing creatures whose designs range from the directly naturalistic to the deeply fantastical, and whose competitive utilities cover an enormous range of roles and strategies. Water is the most abundant type in the series, and has always been, and the reasons for this abundance are connected to the role that water plays in the geography of these worlds, where ocean routes and fishing spots and surfing paths create more direct contact between the player and aquatic creatures than the geography creates between the player and creatures of most other types. The first generation's water types established the range of what the type could encompass. The Magikarp and Gyarados line told perhaps the most dramatic transformation story in the entire series, a creature of such conspicuous weakness that it became culturally significant precisely because of that weakness, whose evolution into one of the game's most powerful and visually striking creatures was a narrative event rather than simply a mechanical change. The story of Magikarp's evolution was not told through dialogue or cutscene, but through the experience of training a creature that contributed almost nothing to battles for a long time, and then became something that could not be ignored, and this experiential telling made it more affecting than any explicit narrative could have been. The Lapras that occupied a specific dock in the first generation's largest city, a single individual creature that could be received from a character who was concerned about its species' declining numbers, introduced something subtle into the game's ecological thinking that the games would continue to acknowledge across generations without ever making fully explicit. The game was saying, through this single interaction, that the creatures of its world were vulnerable in ways that the game's ordinary mechanics did not represent, that populations could be depleted, that specific individuals could carry the weight of a larger loss. The Lapras you received was not simply a useful Pokémon for surf navigation. It was, in the game's quiet acknowledgement, something rarer than it should have been. The surfing mechanic that required a specific ability to use, and that enabled traversal of the water routes, defining so much of every region's geography, created the most extended and most meditative movement experiences the games offered. Surfing was slower than running, offered no shortcuts, and presented nothing in the immediate foreground to direct attention toward. What it offered instead was the expanse of the water itself, the sense of crossing something genuinely wide, of the destination being visible only as a distant shore or not visible at all. The Pokémon encountered while surfing were different from those encountered in tall grass, and encountering them in the specific context of open water gave them a quality that the same creatures encountered in other contexts would not have had. The fishing mechanic, which required specific items of different qualities to access different types of aquatic Pokémon, created a ritual of preparation and patient waiting that was distinct from every other encounter mechanic the games used. The act of casting a line and waiting for a response, then responding to that response within a small window of time, was a miniature rhythm that some players found meditative and others found frustrating, but that was always connected to the specific feeling of fishing as an activity rather than simply as a game mechanic. The best fishing spots in the series had their own qualities of place that made the activity feel situated, connected to the specific geography and the specific creatures that geography contained. The fire-type Pokémon carry within their designs a consistent tension between the warmth that fire can represent and the destruction that fire can also cause, and the best fire-type designs have always held both of these qualities simultaneously, rather than resolving the tension in one direction or the other. Charizard was the series' original, most prominent example of this duality, a creature whose flame and flight and power were genuinely dramatic in their visual expression, and whose relationship with the player who raised it from Charmander was one of the series' foundational stories of transformation and loyalty. The emotional weight of finally evolving a Charizard after the long process of developing from Charmander's fragile beginning was one of the first generation's most reliably affecting moments. The Fire-type legendary Pokémon who appeared across generations each carried specific mythological associations that gave them cultural contexts beyond the simple mechanics of their type. Ho-Oh's connection to resurrection and to the promise of a golden future, visible in its coloring and its legendary status as the creature who returned the three legendary beasts to life, made it a creature whose appearance carried a specific kind of hope that the game's darker moments needed. Groudon's volcanic and land-creating nature positioned it as a force of geological time rather than simply a powerful creature, something that had been present in the world long before any trainer had arrived and would outlast them all. Each of these legendaries used the fire type's associations with power and transformation to tell a story that extended beyond the mechanics of battle into the cosmological narratives that gave each game its deepest layers of meaning. The fire-type gym leaders who appeared across the series occupied specific positions within the journey's emotional architecture because of the type's associations with intensity and challenge. The gym leader who specialized in fire was often positioned at a point in the journey where the player needed to be tested in a way that felt genuinely demanding, and the type's characteristic strength against the grass and ice and bug types that often constituted the player's early party created reliable difficulty without requiring complex battle design. The fire gym's position in the journey was rarely early, because the challenge it posed was calibrated for a player whose team had developed beyond the beginning stages, and who needed something that would press that development. The grass-type Pokémon have always occupied a specific aesthetic position within the series that is connected to the qualities of plant life itself, to growth and patience, and the particular kind of strength that is rooted rather than mobile. The first generation's grass types were among the most directly naturalistic in the series, drawing from real plants and giving those plants a minimal but effective transformation into creatures whose basic biological identity was always visible in their design. A creature based on a venomous plant was clearly a creature based on a venomous plant, but it was also something more than that, something that inhabited the logic of the game's world in specific ways that the real plant could not. The grass-type starter line of every generation has been perhaps the most philosophically consistent set of starter lines in the series, regularly exploring the relationship between the apparent modesty of plant life and the genuine complexity and power that plant life can contain. The grass starter is often the least immediately appealing of the three choices in any given generation, because the aesthetic qualities of fire and water tend toward the dramatic and the graceful in ways that the aesthetic qualities of grass do not. But players who chose the grass starter regularly found that the complexity of what they had chosen was revealed gradually across the adventure, that the qualities of the type that had seemed modest in the beginning accumulated into something with genuine depth and genuine power by the end. The poison type's frequent association with grass-type Pokémon was not coincidental, but reflected something about the game's designers thinking about what plant life meant as a biological category, about the relationship between growth and toxicity, between the nourishing and the dangerous aspects of the natural world. Many of the game's early grass-type Pokémon were also poison-type, occupying a dual category that acknowledged the specific ways that plants defend themselves and the specific dangers that vegetation can pose to the creatures that interact with it. This dual typing was a small piece of ecological thinking embedded in the game's basic classification system. The ancient and mystical qualities that grass-type Pokémon sometimes carried, their connections to cycles of growth and decay, and the deep rhythms of natural systems, gave certain creatures in this type a quality that differed from the elemental directness of fire and water. Shaman, a small creature connected to the gratitude of the land and to the healing of places damaged by pollution, carried a mythological significance that was gentle rather than dramatic, connected to ideas of restoration rather than power. The grass-type legendary creatures more broadly tended toward these associations with the living world rather than the cosmological, with the specific processes of ecological health rather than the abstract principles of time and space and creation. The rock-type and ground-type Pokémon share a geographic association that has made them among the most consistently present in the game's early areas, where the specific terrain of mountain routes and cave systems provided natural habitats for creatures whose designs drew from stone and earth. The first gym leader of the first generation specialized in rock types, and this positioning was deliberate because rock-type creatures were among the most naturally discoverable in the early game, and because defeating them required the player to use specifically effective strategies rather than simply overwhelming them with a stronger version of their own approach. Brock's Onyx, the large stone snake Pokémon that anchored his team in the first generation, established the rock-type aesthetic with extraordinary efficiency. A creature made of stone that moved like a living thing, that was enormous and slow and possessed of a specific kind of imposing presence that had nothing to do with speed or cunning and everything to do with scale and solidity, was a perfect expression of what rock could mean as a type. The difficulty of defeating Onyx with the Charmander that many players chose as their starter created one of the first generation's most memorable early challenges, a test that could be failed and that required genuine thought to overcome. The ground type's connection to seismic activity, to the specific power of an impact that traveled through the Earth itself, gave the type a quality of devastating effectiveness that made its representative moves among the most strategically significant in the game. The move Earthquake, which hit every Pokémon on the field when used in double battles, and which was powerful and broadly distributed among ground-type Pokémon, was one of the most important single moves in the game's competitive lexicon, its significance defining strategies and team compositions for every generation in which it appeared. The ground type's specific weakness to water and immunity to electric attacks created a strategic profile that was both powerful and specifically limited, and this combination of strength and limitation was characteristic of the best type design the series produced. The fossil Pokémon that could be obtained through the rock and ground-associated environments of each game, creatures revived from ancient remains, occupied a special aesthetic territory that combined the visual qualities of stone and ancient biology into something genuinely distinctive. Their designs incorporated the structural elements of fossils, the specific visual qualities of creatures whose soft tissue had been replaced by mineral deposits, into something that moved and acted like a living creature, creating an aesthetic that was simultaneously archaic and vital. The emotional register of encountering these creatures was different from the encounter with ordinary wild Pokémon because they carried within them the weight of enormous spans of time. The Ghost-type Pokémon have always occupied a uniquely significant position within the series' emotional architecture because the qualities associated with them, the connection to death and memory, and the persistence of emotion beyond its original context, are qualities that carry weight in any storytelling tradition, and that the games have handled with varying degrees of directness across their history. The first generation's ghost types were deliberately mysterious, their true forms withheld from the player until specific narrative conditions were met, and this withholding created an atmosphere around the Pokémon Tower in Lavender Town that was unlike anything else in the game. The Ghastly Line's connection to the spectral traditions of Japanese folklore was visible in their designs, which drew from a specific set of cultural associations about how spirits appeared and what qualities they possessed. The round, featureless darkness of Ghastly, with its thin haze of gas surrounding an inky core, suggested something that was a presence more than a form, an entity defined more by what it was not than what it was. Haunter's hands floating free of its body, able to move independently and to reach toward things that the body could not, suggested a creature whose parts were not fully unified, whose identity was distributed across multiple separate elements. Gengar's solidification into something more recognizable, a figure that could be identified as having a form, represented the final stage of a ghost that had found enough material substance to be genuinely present in the world. The Gravemarker Pokémon that appeared in later generations, creatures whose designs were directly connected to burial practices and to the specific artifacts of mourning, pushed the ghost type's associations more explicitly toward death as a cultural phenomenon rather than simply as an atmospheric quality. These designs were among the more conceptually daring the series produced, taking subjects that children's entertainment typically avoided and engaging with them through a combination of genuine seriousness and the specific lightness that characterizes the series' approach to difficult material. The result was not disturbing in the way that the same material might be in a different context, but it was not entirely comfortable either, which was precisely the emotional register that ghost-type Pokémon had always been designed to occupy. The haunted spaces that ghost-type Pokémon inhabited in each region, the old towers and the abandoned buildings, and the specific locations where something bad had happened and its echo persisted, were among the most atmospherically distinctive in the series. These spaces were usually optional, not required for the main progression, which gave them a quality of genuine discovery that encounters in required spaces could not have. Players who wandered into these spaces without being directed there encountered something that the game had prepared but had not advertised, something that rewarded the specific choice to explore beyond the edges of the directed path. The dragon-type Pokémon occupied a privileged position within the series' power hierarchy from the very beginning, their rarity and their late-game availability combining with their generally high statistical profiles to make them simultaneously the most coveted and the most challenging creatures to obtain and develop. The first generation's dragon type was represented almost exclusively by the Dratini line, creatures who were so rare and so difficult to find that many players completed their first playthrough without encountering one, and whose final evolution into Dragonite was a transformation of such dramatic scale that the gap between the beginning and end of the line was greater than any other evolutionary sequence in the generation. The dragon type's specific weakness to itself and its near immunity to most other types created a competitive ecosystem where dragon-type Pokémon were both the most powerful attackers and the most reliable targets for other dragon-type attacks, a kind of internal balance that made the type simultaneously dominant and vulnerable in specific ways. This self-referential quality of the type's strengths and weaknesses gave it a mythological coherence that felt appropriate. The idea that the things powerful enough to challenge a dragon were other dragons, that the category of the extraordinary could only be tested by others within the same category. The legendary dragon Pokémon, who appeared across generations, were among the most visually complex and the most narratively significant creatures in the series, because the dragon association carried within it the weight of the entire storytelling tradition of dragons as creatures of power and wisdom and danger. Rayquaza's position at the edge of the atmosphere, above the conflict between the creatures of land and sea, made it a creature of mediation and adjudication rather than simply of power, something that existed at a perspective where the scale of the conflict below was comprehensible. Reshiram and Zekrom's embodiment of truth and ideals gave the dragon type a philosophical dimension it had not previously occupied, connecting raw power to the most abstract of moral concepts in a way that felt genuinely new. The fairy type introduced in the 6th generation as a specific counter to the dragon type was one of the most significant single additions to the type system in the series' history, because it disrupted a power dynamic that had been in place since the beginning and that had shaped competitive play across multiple generations. The fairy type's resistance to dragon attacks and the fairy type's super effectiveness against dragon types meant that the creatures and strategies that had dominated competitive play needed to be reconsidered from the ground up. The introduction of the fairy type was a statement that the series was willing to reshape its fundamental power relationships rather than simply adding new elements to an existing structure. The aesthetic evolution of Pokémon design across generations is one of the most fascinating threads in the series' history, and following it carefully reveals both the changing influences that shaped each generation's designers and the accumulating self-awareness of a franchise learning what it was and what it could be. The first generation's designs were largely direct and unself-conscious, drawing from real animals and real objects with a minimum of abstraction or conceptual complexity. A duck with a head cold was a duck with a head cold. An electric mouse was an electric mouse. The simplicity was not a limitation, but a foundation, and the designs that built on that foundation in subsequent generations benefited from having it to stand on. The second generation's designs introduced a greater degree of conceptual complexity, with more creatures whose basic nature was a combination of influences, rather than a single clear reference point. The Espion and Umbreon line, which took the Eevee concept of an adaptable creature and connected it to the specific conditions of relationship and time, rather than to elemental exposure, was a significant expansion of what the Pokémon concept could encompass. A creature defined by who you were when you raised it and when you raised it, was a creature defined by relationship in a way that the first generation's designs had not attempted. The third generation's designs show the influence of ecological thinking in ways that were more systematic than the earlier games had managed, with creatures designed in relation to specific ecosystems and specific behavioral niches rather than simply as individual entities. The aquatic Pokémon of Hoenn were particularly notable in this regard, their designs reflecting the specific biodiversity of tropical coral reef environments with a specificity of ecological reference that earlier games had not attempted. The result was a regional roster that felt genuinely connected to the geography of the region it populated, whose creatures made sense in their specific environments in ways that went beyond simply making sense as creatures. The fourth generation's designs were more ambitious in their conceptual reach than any previous generation, attempting designs that were more abstract and more mythologically informed than what had come before. Some of these designs were widely celebrated, others generated significant discussion about where the boundaries of accessible Pokémon design lay. The ghost-type Pokémon of the fourth generation, whose designs engaged directly with cultural practices around death and burial, were among the most striking examples of this expanded ambition, and the reactions to them clarified something about what the series' audience expected and what it was willing to receive. The fifth generation's designs were the most internally diverse of any generation, ranging from creatures of extraordinary conceptual complexity to creatures of deliberate simplicity and playfulness. The diversity was itself a statement about what the series was and what it could accommodate, a recognition that a good roster needed more than a single register, that the creatures who populated a region needed to feel as varied as the creatures who populate any genuine ecosystem. The occasional controversy around specific fifth-generation designs was part of what made the generation's overall approach valuable, because the willingness to divide opinion was evidence of a willingness to attempt things that mattered. The sixth generation's designs were shaped by the aesthetic possibilities of three-dimensional rendering in ways that were sometimes exciting and sometimes limiting. The ability to display creatures in 3 dimensions allowed for designs with qualities that 2-dimensional sprites had not been able to fully represent: depth and texture, and the specific way that forms look when they have genuine volume. But 3-dimensional rendering also imposed constraints, because designs needed to work as 3-dimensional objects that could be animated convincingly, and not every concept that worked as a sprite translated naturally into the additional dimension. The 7th generation's regional variants, creatures whose designs had been adapted to the specific conditions of the Alolan environment, added a meta-level of design complexity to the roster by asking what familiar creatures would look like if they had developed under different conditions. The answers to this question were often surprising in their specificity, suggesting evolutionary pressures and adaptive responses that felt genuinely biological even within the fantastical context of the game's world. The concept opened possibilities that subsequent games continued to explore, making the consideration of environmental context a regular part of the design process rather than a one-time experiment. The move types that creatures could learn, which often but not always corresponded to the creature's elemental typing, created a vocabulary of combat expression that grew more complex with each generation. A creature could learn moves of its own type, whose effectiveness was enhanced by this match, as well as moves of other types that provided coverage against opponents who resisted its primary type. The process of selecting which 4 moves to carry on any given creature from the larger pool available was one of the game's most fundamental strategic challenges, because the choice of moves determined what the creature could do and what it could not, what opponents it could threaten, and what opponents threatened it. The move tutors who appeared in post-game areas or in specific locations throughout each game, offering to teach powerful or unusual moves to creatures who met specific conditions created a sense that the world contained expertise that could not be simply purchased or acquired through ordinary progress. The moves these tutors offered were often among the most strategically significant available, and finding them and satisfying the conditions for receiving them was a form of discovery that felt qualitatively different from the ordinary acquisition of moves through leveling. The world offered these tools to players who were curious enough to seek them, patient enough to develop the relationships that earned access to them, and knowledgeable enough to understand what they were receiving. The move metronome, which randomly selected any other move in the game and used it, was a small and whimsical design choice that had enormous conceptual implications. A move that could become any other move was a move that contained within itself the entire vocabulary of battle, all the specific expressions of elemental power and physical force and strategic manipulation that the game had developed. Using metronome was a way of engaging with that entire vocabulary at random, of accepting the possibility that any outcome might occur, of giving up control in exchange for the possibility of something extraordinary. The move was rarely strategically sound, but it was a perfect expression of something playful and genuine about what the games were. The concept of held items, introduced in the second generation and expanded into a central strategic element in subsequent games, transformed the nature of Pokémon customization by adding a layer of equipment to the choices that shaped each creature's capabilities. A creature's held item could be as simple as a berry that provided healing at a specific moment, or as strategically complex as an item that changed the fundamental rules of how the creature's moves functioned. The addition of held items meant that the same creature could be prepared in multiple entirely different ways, each preparation suited to a different strategic purpose, and that the choice of preparation was itself a significant strategic decision. The choice of held item for a competitive Pokémon was often as important as the choice of moves, because the item could fundamentally change the conditions under which the creature was effective. An item that prevented the creature from being surprised by a specific type of move, an item that automatically restored health at specific intervals, an item that doubled the effectiveness of a specific category of moves. These were not refinements of a creature's existing strategy, but alterations of it, changes that could make an otherwise marginal creature suddenly viable or an otherwise excellent creature suddenly essential. The depth of the held item system was one of the things that made competitive Pokémon so rich and so continuously interesting across multiple generations. The berries that served as held items in many situations had their own internal logic that connected to the game's broader ecological thinking. Different berries served different purposes, some providing healing against specific status conditions, others reducing the effectiveness of specific types of attacks before they could deal their full damage. The variety of berries and their specific interactions created a secondary vocabulary within the held item system, a set of tools designed specifically for the moment-to-moment management of battle conditions rather than for the strategic shaping of a creature's capabilities over the long term. Players who understood the berry system had access to options that purely reactive players did not, because they had prepared for specific situations rather than simply responding to whatever occurred. The champion battles that have concluded each game's main story have always been, as previously noted, the most emotionally weighted moments in the structure of these games, but it is worth examining them more carefully as individual encounters rather than simply as a category of event. Each champion was designed to express something specific about the game that produced them, and the qualities that made each one distinctive were not arbitrary, but connected to the overall themes and emotional intentions of their respective games. Champion Blue of the first generation was defined by his roster rather than his personality, which was consistent with the first generation's general approach to characterization, but which also expressed something specific about what the encounter meant. His team included all three starter types and was built around coverage and capability rather than type specialization, suggesting a trainer who had thought carefully about how to prepare for any possible opponent rather than simply deepening their expertise in a preferred area. This thoroughness made him a genuine final challenge, and the symbolism of facing a rival who had prepared for everything you might bring was appropriate to a game whose journey had been defined by the pressure of his constant presence. Champion Lance of the second generation was built around the dragon type's power and the mythology surrounding it, and his presence at the summit of the world's highest mountain gave the encounter a geographical weight that supported its emotional significance. He had also appeared throughout the game in other contexts, as a member of the Elite Four in the game's previous version and as an agent who assisted the player against Team Rocket in Johto, and these earlier encounters had established him as someone whose mastery was genuinely earned and genuinely impressive. Facing him as champion meant facing someone whose capabilities had been established through multiple earlier contexts, rather than simply revealed at the end. Champion Wallace of the third generation, who appeared only in the original Sapphire version, while Steven Stone occupied the champion position in Ruby, expressed something specific about the aesthetic priorities that separated the two versions of the game. Wallace's focus on water types and his designer's sensibility about the beauty of his creatures reflected the water-centric themes of Sapphire's version of the game's conflict, and his presence at the top of the league was an extension of those themes into their highest expression. Steven's geological and steel-type focus offered a different set of associations, connecting the champion's identity to the earth and the ancient rather than to the ocean and the aesthetic. Champion Cynthia of the fourth generation became one of the most remembered champions in the series' history for reasons that went beyond the genuine difficulty of her team. Her recurring presence throughout the Sinnoh adventure, always appearing at specific moments of discovery or transition to offer information or perspective, created a relationship between her and the player that extended beyond a single climactic encounter. By the time the player faced her as champion, they had accumulated a sense of who she was that gave the encounter a texture that purely final bosses could not have. She felt like a person whose respect was worth earning rather than simply an obstacle whose defeat was required. Champion Alder of the fifth generation occupied a specific and unusual position within his game's story, because the game's central conflict was resolved before the player reached him, and the champion battle therefore functioned as a coda rather than a climax, a celebration of what had been accomplished rather than the final test of whether it could be accomplished. This displacement of the champion's narrative function was intentional, a reflection of the game's sense that the truly significant events had occurred elsewhere, and that what the League represented was something more like acknowledgement than final challenge. The encounter was still satisfying, but its satisfaction came from a different source than the satisfaction of other champion encounters. Champion Diantha of the sixth generation was defined by her elegance and her grace, qualities that were connected both to the region's French aesthetic influences and to the game's central themes of beauty and friendship. Her team included the fairy type that had been introduced in her generation, and that was strongly associated with the game's central themes, and her presence as champion made the League feel like a completion of the aesthetic vision that the Kalos region had expressed throughout. She was not the most challenging champion in the series' history, but she was one of the most aesthetically coherent, and in a game where aesthetic coherence was one of the primary values being expressed, this was an appropriate form of success. Champion Kukui of the seventh generation occupied the most unusual champion position in the series' history because he had created the Pokémon League himself within the timeline of the game's story, and the player's challenge against him was literally the first championship battle the league had ever hosted. This temporal immediacy gave the encounter a quality of genuine inaugural significance, the sense of something new being established rather than something existing being continued. Kukui's passion for battle and his genuine warmth toward the player, established through his recurring presence as a mentor figure throughout the adventure, made his presence as champion feel like a gift rather than an obstacle, the gift of a final challenge from someone who had genuinely wanted the player to reach this moment. The ending that follows the champion battle in each game has always been one of the most carefully considered moments in the series, because what happens after the credits roll determines how the game will be remembered, not just as an experience that concluded, but as a world that persisted. The games that handled this moment best were the ones that understood the difference between an ending and a conclusion, between the story's completion and the world's continuation. The first generation's post-champion world was defined by what it had always been defined by, which was the possibility of catching the remaining Pokémon that the main story had not required encountering. The game offered this possibility without ceremony, simply allowing the world to continue as it had been, available for whatever the player chose to do within it. This approach was modest but honest, acknowledging that the story had concluded without pretending that everything interesting about the world had been exhausted. The second generation's expansion of the post-champion world into the entirety of a previous game's region was the most ambitious post-game gesture the series ever made, and it succeeded because it was not simply additional content, but genuinely additional world, a place with its own geography and its own emotional register and its own encounter waiting at its summit that constituted a second and more personal completion than the one the main story had provided. The sense of having earned access to something that could have existed anywhere but had been placed specifically at this moment in the journey when the player's team was strong enough and their knowledge of the world deep enough to appreciate what they were receiving was a form of design generosity that the series has never quite replicated. The third generation's post-game offered the most open-ended continuation of any generation's, with the emphasis on catching and exploring rather than on additional narrative content. The legendary Pokémon who waited in specific locations throughout the world, accessible now that the main story had concluded, created a series of specific goals that the player could pursue at whatever pace felt natural, with no urgency and no direction except whatever the player brought to the activity. This openness was its own form of respect for the player's time and for the player's relationship with the world, an acknowledgement that what the world had to offer was genuinely available, and that the pace of engagement with it was entirely the player's to determine. The fourth generation's post-game introduced new narratives that extended beyond the main story's conclusions, offering additional legendary encounters whose stories were connected to the game's central mythological framework, but whose specific circumstances were revealed only after the champion had been defeated. These additional encounters thus felt like the world offering more of what it had been building toward, like the game acknowledging that the mythology it had established was large enough to contain more than one culminating moment. The player who engaged with these post-game encounters found that the Sinnoh region's depth was genuinely greater than the main story's arc had been able to show. The fifth generation's post-game was perhaps the most narratively rich the series produced, with the sequel games that followed the originals providing the most complete vision of what post-game continuation could look like when it was fully integrated into the game's design rather than simply appended to it. The world 2 years later, with all the changes that 2 years had brought, was not simply a continuation of the original adventure, but a genuinely new experience that referenced and built upon the original without requiring it, expanding the world's story in directions that the original games had prepared without completing. The sense of continuation that the best Pokémon games left behind The feeling that the world persisted and that the player's relationship with it persisted even after the screen went dark was one of the series' most consistent and most valued qualities. These were not games that ended when their stories concluded, but games that continued to exist in the imagination, their worlds available for return whenever the player chose to return to them, their creatures available for the continued investment of attention and care that the journey had established as the relationship these games offered and rewarded. The towns built around water in each region have always carried a specific quality of atmosphere that distinguishes them from inland settlements, a quality connected to the particular way that proximity to water changes the character of a place. The docks and piers and harbors that marked these towns created a sense of movement and departure, of journeys beginning and ending, of the sea as both a boundary and an opening. Vermilion City in the first generation was perhaps the most quietly affecting of these places, a port town that sat at the edge of Kanto with a harbor full of implications and a gym leader who had sailed the world. Arriving there after the routes that preceded it carried a specific feeling of having reached something significant, a place where the horizon opened in a direction the interior of the region had not offered. The harbor towns of subsequent regions developed this quality in different directions, each reflecting something about the region's relationship with the sea and the specific role that maritime travel and maritime culture played in the world being depicted. Slateport City in Hoenn was a port built around commercial activity, its energy connected to trade and to the movement of goods and people that a functioning harbor creates. The researchers and the collectors and the sailors who populated its streets gave it the feeling of a place where the world beyond the region was genuinely present, where the horizon was a real thing, that real ships crossed in real ways. The seaside aesthetic that appeared in specific cities and routes throughout the series created one of the game's most reliably beautiful visual registers, a combination of bright water and coastal light, and the specific palette that ocean environments produce. The sound design that accompanied these spaces, where it existed, added a layer of sensory completeness that made the visual experience feel more fully realized. The best seaside routes in the series were genuinely pleasant to move through, not just as game spaces that needed to be traversed, but as environments that rewarded the time spent within them. The lighthouse structures that appeared in several generations of games, tall buildings whose upper rooms offered views over the surrounding landscape and whose functions connected to the traditions of maritime navigation, were among the most evocative recurring architectural elements in the series. The lighthouse in the second generation's Olivine City was particularly memorable because its keeper's distress at a sick Pokémon who lived at its top connected the building's function to a story of care and responsibility that was entirely consistent with the game's broader themes. The lighthouse was not simply a geographic landmark, but a site of emotional significance, and the memory of ascending it, while the city's ordinary sounds fell away below, was one of the generation's most distinctive experiences. The ice-type Pokémon and the cold environments they inhabited created a specific aesthetic counterpoint to the warm and tropical registers that dominated many of the series' most beloved regions. The ice types offered something that fire types and grass types could not, which was the quality of stillness and clarity associated with cold, the sense of a world simplified by frost into its essential forms. The best ice-type designs captured this quality of crystalline clarity in their visual presentation, making creatures whose forms were defined by the absence of the complexity that warmth and growth added to other types. The ice routes that wound through the higher elevations of each region's mountain areas created some of the most visually distinctive spaces in the games, places where the ordinary color palette of the game's world was replaced by a more limited and more striking range of whites and blues. Moving through these routes had a specific quality of exposure, of being in a place where the ordinary protections of the landscape had been removed and where the only available warmth was the warmth carried inward. The encounters with Ice-type Pokémon in these environments felt appropriate in a way that encounters in warmer, more varied environments could not, connected to the specific conditions of the place rather than simply distributed throughout it. The legendary Ice-type Pokémon, whose appearances punctuated specific moments in several game stories, occupied a position between the crystalline clarity of the type's aesthetic qualities and the mythological weight that legendary status always imposed. The legendary Ice Bird of the first generation, encountered in a snowy mountain environment that the ordinary course of the game might never lead a player to explore, carried a presence that was defined partly by its visual qualities and partly by the specific difficulty of the location. A creature encountered at the end of a difficult climb in a cold and featureless environment was encountered differently than a creature encountered in a more accessible location, and the difficulty of the approach was part of what gave the encounter its specific emotional texture. The snowflake patterns that adorned many Ice-type Pokemon's designs were not merely decorative, but connected to the specific crystalline mathematics of actual ice formation, the self-similar structures that frost creates when water freezes slowly under specific conditions. This connection to real-world physics, embedded in the visual design of these creatures, was characteristic of the series' broader approach to naturalistic inspiration. Its willingness to find the aesthetically interesting within the scientifically accurate rather than departing from accuracy in pursuit of visual appeal. The psychic-type Pokémon represented something specific in the first generation's design, thinking that subsequent generations would modify and complicate without entirely replacing, which was the association between mental power and a particular kind of aloof intelligence. The creatures of the first generation, who used psychic abilities, tended toward designs that suggested a relationship with the physical world that was more observational than participatory, creatures who existed in a slightly different register than the purely physical creatures around them, and who expressed this difference through floating, through stillness, through the specific visual quality of something whose power was not visibly muscular. Alakazam remained the most direct expression of this aesthetic, a creature whose entire design was organized around the image of concentrated mental capability, whose body was simultaneously too thin to suggest physical power and too precise to be accidental, whose spoons were a cultural reference to specific demonstrations of purported mental ability that connected the creature to a particular moment in the popular culture of the time. The spoons were not arbitrary but loaded, connected to specific claims and specific controversies and specific qualities of public imagination about what the mind could do if sufficiently developed. The psychic-type legendaries, who appeared across generations, expressed the type's associations with perception and understanding in ways that connected to each game's larger cosmological concerns. The legendary trio of the first generation, three birds whose powers included stopping time and creating cold and summoning lightning, suggested that the most fundamental forces of the world were accessible to sufficiently powerful consciousness. The Uxie and Mesprit and Azelf of the fourth generation, small creatures embodying knowledge and emotion and willpower, connected the psychic type more directly to the philosophical questions the fourth generation was exploring, the questions about what consciousness was and what it meant that consciousness could interact with reality in the ways the legendary Pokémon demonstrated. The dark type's introduction in the second generation as a specific counter to the psychic type acknowledged something about the narrative logic of mental power. The idea that psychic abilities were most effectively countered not by a different kind of power, but by a different kind of mind, one that operated outside the systematic rules that psychic abilities depended on. The dark type was not powerful in the sense that fighting types were powerful through a straightforward application of greater force, but effective in the sense of operating outside the framework within which psychic power was most fully expressed. This framing gave the dark type a philosophical specificity that was unusual for a game mechanic and that connected to real ideas about the limits of systematic thinking. The fighting type Pokémon occupied a specific position in the series design, thinking that was connected to both martial traditions and to the specific qualities of physical strength and discipline that those traditions expressed. The fighting type was one of the few types whose creatures tended toward humanoid forms, because the cultural associations of martial arts and physical combat were specifically human associations, and the creatures who embodied them often did so by reflecting human practitioners of those traditions back in a form that was recognizably inspired by them while being genuinely distinct. Masham's four arms, which allowed it to deliver many more blows in a given time than any two-armed creature could manage, expressed the fighting type's essential quality of intensity, of commitment to the physical expression of force in a way that was visually distinctive and conceptually clear. The creature was not simply strong in the way that many Pokémon were strong, but expressed its strength through a design that communicated multiplied effort, the application of more than ordinary physical resources to the act of combat. The four arms were not merely additional limbs, but a visual argument about what it meant to be maximally committed to a fighting approach. The martial arts traditions that influenced many fighting type designs created a subtle cultural geography within the type, with creatures drawing from different traditions, expressing different aesthetics and different philosophies of combat. A creature inspired by the standing grappling traditions of wrestling expressed different qualities than one inspired by the striking traditions of boxing, and one inspired by the weapons-based traditions of various Asian martial arts expressed different qualities still. This variety within a shared type created the sense of a world that had multiple approaches to the specific challenges of physical combat, multiple philosophies of what it meant to be genuinely skilled rather than simply strong. The overlap between fighting types and the concept of discipline was one of the series' most consistent implicit themes, the idea that the most effective physical capability was capability that had been developed through patient practice rather than simply inherited through birth. The fighting type Pokémon, who were defined by their training as much as by their natural capabilities, were expressing something about the values that the type embodied, values that were compatible with the game's broader narrative about the development of trainers and their Pokémon through shared experience and accumulated effort. The normal type Pokémon have always occupied a position within the series that is harder to characterize than any other type, because the normal type is defined partly by what it is and partly by what it is not, which is any of the other specific elemental categories. Normal type Pokémon were the default, the creatures whose capabilities were not organized around a specific elemental association, and this lack of elemental specificity gave them a particular quality that was both a limitation and a freedom. They were effective against nothing and resisted by nothing, immune to nothing, and weak against fighting, which created a strategic profile that was simultaneously flexible and specifically vulnerable. The normal type creatures who were most memorable in the series' history tended to be memorable for reasons other than their typing, because the type itself offered nothing visually distinctive or thematically specific to anchor a design. Snorlax was memorable for its extreme expression of a single characteristic, the quality of rest and contentment taken to an absurd and charming extreme. Eevee was memorable for the extraordinary adaptability that its evolutionary possibilities expressed. The normal type is a kind of pure potential that could become any of several more specific things. Chansey and its evolution, Blissey, were memorable for their extraordinary capability and specific statistical dimensions that made them crucial to competitive strategies, despite appearing utterly harmless. The move normal that did not exist, the absence at the center of the type's move vocabulary, was itself interesting, because it meant that the normal type's moves were defined entirely by their function and mechanical characteristics rather than by any elemental association. A normal type attack was not calling on any specific force of the natural world, but simply expressing physical capability in its most unmediated form, and this quality of unmediation was connected to the type's broader aesthetic of ordinariness, of creatures who engaged with the world through direct contact rather than through the mediation of elemental power. The dual normal type Pokémon, who combined the type's flexibility with a second type's specific associations, were often among the most strategically interesting in their categories, because the normal type's immunities and weaknesses combined with the second type's to create profiles that were unexpected and sometimes surprisingly effective. A Pokémon that was both a normal type and flying type, for instance, lost the ground type immunity that pure flying types possessed, but gained the fighting type immunity of the normal type, creating a specific combination of resistances and vulnerabilities that required careful analysis to navigate correctly. The specific experience of battling the Elite Four for the first time, without knowing what to expect from any of the four trainers, was one of the series' most reliably challenging and most reliably memorable experiences. The Elite Four sequence imposed a resource constraint that the rest of the game had not required, because the party that entered could not be healed between the four battles unless specific consumable items were used, and a party depleted by the first three encounters faced the fourth in a weakened state. This design created genuine tension that persisted through every playthrough, because even experienced players who knew what was coming could not entirely avoid the attrition of four consecutive battles. The different type specializations of the four Elite Four members in each game were chosen not just for strategic variety, but for narrative coherence, creating a sequence of encounters whose total effect expressed something about the game's thematic concerns. The order in which players chose to face them in games that allowed such choice added a layer of personal strategy to the sequence, because beginning with the member whose type was least threatening to the player's team preserved strength for later encounters, while beginning with the most threatening eliminated the greatest danger, early at potential cost, to the battles that followed. The Elite Four trainers, who recurred across games and remakes, acquired a continuity that simple boss encounters could not have, because players who remembered them from previous versions brought to their new encounters the specific memories of what those trainers had meant before. Lorelei of the first generation's Elite Four, encountered again in the second generation's post-game Kanto at a different position in the world's story, was not simply a repeated challenge, but a continuation of a relationship that the game's shared continuity had established. Finding a familiar face in a new context created a specific quality of recognition that was among the series' most reliable pleasures. The moment of the Elite Four's completion, of having passed through all four chambers and arrived at the champion's door, was always accompanied by a specific quality of anticipation that the games created through pacing as much as through content. The corridor leading from the final Elite Four chamber to the champion's room was brief, but it created a pause, a moment between the last completion and the next beginning, that allowed the accumulated tension of the sequence to settle into something specific and feeling shaped rather than simply mechanical. Walking through that corridor was one of the series' most consistent experiences of genuine anticipation. The nature of memory in these games is worth considering carefully, because the games create a specific kind of memory that is different from the memory created by most other entertainment forms. The memories of a Pokémon playthrough are not primarily memories of specific content, but of specific experiences, and those experiences are shaped as much by what the player brought to them as by what the game provided. The memory of catching a specific Pokémon in a specific location at a specific moment in a specific playthrough is a memory that belongs entirely to the person who holds it, shaped by the specific combination of circumstances that produced it, and impossible to share fully with anyone who was not present for it. This quality of irreducible personal significance is connected to the game's structure as genuinely open experiences within established frameworks. Every journey through a region followed the same general path, but was traversed differently by different players, and differently by the same player on different occasions, and these differences accumulated into experiences that were genuinely distinct in ways that mattered. The specific party you carried, the specific challenges that party struggled with, and the specific opponents it handled easily, the specific moments of discovery and surprise and frustration and triumph that the journey produced. All of these were yours in a way that the contents of most media were not. The nostalgia that these games generate is therefore a specific kind of nostalgia, connected not just to the content of what was experienced, but to the specific quality of who you were when you experienced it, and the specific configuration of circumstances that surrounded that experience. The person who played Pokémon Gold as a child in a specific year, in a specific place, with specific friends and specific rhythms of play, cannot return to that experience no matter how many times they replay the game, because the experience was not the game, but the game plus everything else that surrounded it. What they can do is return to the game itself and find within it echoes of that experience, reminders of what it felt like to be in a world that felt genuinely unlimited in what it offered. The multi-generational quality of the series, the fact that it has now been played by parents who are sharing it with children who were not alive when the series began, creates a specific quality of cultural transmission that is unusual for a video game franchise. The experience of playing Pokémon is being transmitted across generations in the way that other forms of cultural inheritance are transmitted, not just through the direct recommendation of a specific entry, but through the atmospheric qualities of the experience itself, the particular feeling of what it means to begin a Pokémon adventure, being passed from one generation to the next through the games themselves, which retain that feeling even as the technology and the specific content change around it. The act of sharing a Pokémon game with someone who has never played one before, of watching them receive the first partner and step out into the world, carries a specific quality of vicarious pleasure that is connected to the genuine pleasure the activity provides, but is also distinct from it. Watching someone encounter something that has mattered to you for a long time, seeing it through their eyes, allows you to access something of the original experience, while also experiencing something entirely new, the experience of the world being new to someone rather than familiar to you. This quality of vicariously renewed experience is one of the things that gives these games their unusual capacity to continue generating meaning long past the point at which any single playthrough has exhausted what it has to offer directly. The concept of a region as a place that the player comes to know over the course of an adventure that reveals itself gradually through the process of traversal rather than all at once is fundamental to how these games work as experiences. A Pokémon region is not a space that can be understood from a map any more than a city can be understood from a satellite photograph. It is a space that requires inhabitation that reveals its character through the accumulation of specific encounters and specific movements and specific moments of arrival that map reading cannot replicate. The early hours of any Pokémon adventure are hours of disorientation, of encountering named places without yet understanding what they are in relation to each other, of developing a sense of the world's layout from the inside rather than from above. The first gym badge is earned before the region's geography is fully comprehended, and this is appropriate because the badge system was always about forward movement through a world being discovered rather than about the completion of a fully known space. You move toward the next challenge, not because you know where it is in any absolute sense, but because the world is directing you there. and you follow the direction while the space around the directed path gradually becomes comprehensible. The moment when a player's internal map of a region becomes genuinely coherent, when the relationship between all the towns and routes and landmarks that have been visited becomes clear as a unified geography rather than a series of connected but poorly understood locations, is one of the most satisfying moments the games provide. It is the moment when the region stops being a sequence of places and becomes a place, when you can stand in any part of it and feel the rest of it arranged around you in comprehensible relation. This moment does not arrive at the same point in every playthrough, and its arrival is one of the rewards that the games offer for sustained and attentive engagement with the world they contain. The late game access that the badge system unlocked, the areas that required specific capabilities acquired late in the adventure before they could be entered, created a quality of returned discovery that was different from first discovery. A player who returned to the beginning of the region after acquiring all 8 badges moved through a familiar space with new capabilities, and the new capabilities revealed things that had been inaccessible on the first pass. This return was both a mechanical process, accessing previously blocked areas, and an emotional one, experiencing a familiar space, transformed by the perspective of everything that had been learned and developed since it was first encountered. The end of the main game, when the region had been traversed from one edge to the other, and the champion had been defeated and the credits had rolled, was therefore not the end of the relationship with the region, but a change in that relationship, a transition from discovery to familiarity, from following a directed path to moving freely through a space that was now genuinely known. The post-game relationship with the region was the relationship of someone who lived there rather than someone passing through, and the quality of that relationship was different in ways that some players found more interesting than the discovery phase, and others found less so. The specific textures that different generations of hardware contributed to the experience of these games have their own significance within the overall history of the series, because the technical qualities of the platform shaped not just the visual presentation, but the emotional register of the experience in ways that were sometimes deliberate and sometimes unavoidable. The Game Boy's limited palette and low resolution created a visual world that was abstract by necessity, its creatures and environments rendered in broad strokes that required the player's imagination to complete. This abstraction was not a weakness, but a productive constraint, because it left room for the player's imagination to participate in the experience in a way that higher resolution could not have accommodated. The transition to the Game Boy Color brought new possibilities for visual differentiation, but preserved the fundamental quality of small-scale abstraction that had defined the original games. The colors that became available with the new hardware were used to enhance distinctiveness rather than to add photographic realism, keeping the visual world in the register of illustration rather than representation, of suggestion rather than documentation. The creatures encountered in this generation's games were visibly different from each other, in ways that the original hardware had sometimes struggled to achieve, but they were still abstractions, still occupying a visual space that required and rewarded the player's imaginative contribution. The Game Boy Advance generation brought the series to a level of visual expressiveness that felt genuinely significant, with creatures that could be rendered in multiple colors simultaneously and with environments that could suggest depth and texture rather than simply flatness and pattern. The third generation's visual world was richer than its predecessors in ways that were immediately visible and that created a stronger sense of inhabiting a genuinely beautiful environment rather than a functionally adequate one. This visual richness supported the emotional ambitions of the game's storytelling in ways that the previous hardware had limited, because the beauty of the world being depicted created a felt reason to care about what happened within it. The Nintendo DS brought a second screen that the series used for map display and for the small creature companion features that became one of the platform's most affectionate elements, adding a layer of peripheral engagement that connected the adventure on the main screen to a quieter and more contemplative relationship with the companion visible on the touchscreen. This use of the dual screen was not gimmickry, but an expression of something genuine about what these games were, their concern with the relationship between trainer and Pokémon visible even in the hardware affordances they chose to use. The three-dimensional capabilities of the Nintendo 3DS transformed the visual presentation of the games in ways that were significant and ways that took time to fully assess. The creatures that moved through fully modeled environments carried a presence and a weight that the previous generation's sprites had not possessed, and the battles that displayed them from dynamic camera angles felt more cinematic and more dramatic than the fixed perspectives of earlier games. But something was also changed by the transition, something connected to the particular qualities of sprite art that three-dimensional modeling could not replicate, and players who had grown up with the earlier games sometimes found themselves missing those qualities in ways that were difficult to articulate. The ongoing conversation about what these games look like and what they could look like, about the relationship between the series' visual history and its visual future, is a genuine and important conversation about what the series values and what it is willing to sacrifice in pursuit of specific goals. Every visual evolution involves trade-offs, and the trade-offs made by the Pokémon series across its history are part of its story, part of what makes the series what it is, and what makes each generation's specific visual quality a genuine expression of a specific moment, rather than simply a technical level that was surpassed by what came after. The birdsong and ambient sound design that accompanied the overworld exploration in these games was one of the series' most consistently undervalued elements, because it operated below the level of conscious attention in ways that made its presence felt without being noticed. Players who turned off the sound while playing experienced something genuinely different from the full experience, not just because the music was absent, but because the ambient sounds that filled the spaces between music cues, the wind through grass, the sound of water, the specific acoustic qualities of indoor and outdoor spaces, were absent as well. These sounds created the felt sense of being in a specific kind of place, even when the visual elements of that place were limited by the hardware's capabilities. The cries that Pokémon produced when they were encountered in battle or sent out by their trainers were the sonic equivalent of the creature's visual designs, attempts to create distinctive individual sounds that could be associated with specific creatures and recognized when heard again. The evolution of these cries across hardware generations, from the brief synthetic blurps of the first generation to the more complex and expressive sounds of later games, tracked the same general arc of increasing expressiveness that the visual designs followed. But the original cries, however technically limited, had their own kind of rightness, their brevity and simplicity connecting to the abstractions of the visual world they accompanied in a way that was genuinely coherent. The music that played during the long stretches of tall grass traversal, the route themes whose specific emotional qualities shaped hours of play, was doing important work that is easy to underestimate because it was so successfully integrated into the overall experience that it never called attention to itself. The best route themes created a quality of forward momentum that was appropriate to the experience of moving through the world, a sense of direction and of purpose that connected the player's physical movement through the game space to an emotional experience of being genuinely en route to something. This combination of movement and music was one of the most effective tools the series had for creating the felt sense of adventure, of being in the middle of a journey whose destination was genuinely worth reaching. The ending that this long and unhurried journey through every Pokemon game has been building toward is not an ending in the usual sense, because the games themselves have never been about ending, have always been about the continuation that follows whatever conclusion the story provides. The series has offered many conclusions across its history, many champion battles, and many credit sequences, and many moments where the main narrative arrived at its resolution. But it has always been more interested in what came after those conclusions than in the conclusions themselves, more concerned with the world's persistence than with the story's completion. What these games have always known, and what this long telling has been trying to say in its own slow and gentle way, is that the relationship between a player and a Pokemon world is not a relationship that ends when the story does. It is a relationship that changes, that shifts from the active and directed quality of the main adventure to the quieter and more contemplative quality of the world fully known, and that this shift is not a diminishment, but a deepening. The world becomes more itself when you know it completely, when the landmarks that were once mysterious have become familiar, and the routes that were once uncertain have become trusted paths. The creatures who have traveled with players through these worlds, who have grown from fragile beginnings into formidable companions, who have been present for the most difficult moments and the most triumphant ones, remain present in the memory of the players who carried them in ways that feel qualitatively different from the way that most game content is remembered. They were companions in a way that most digital entities are not companions, because the game's design worked to make them feel genuinely responsive to the care and attention invested in them, and the response they offered was real in the way that responses to genuine care are always real, regardless of the medium through which the care was expressed and received. The world of Pokémon will continue to expand across future generations, and each expansion will carry with it the weight of everything that has accumulated before it. The players who come to those future games will bring with them whatever version of the series' history they have personally inhabited, and the games will offer, as they have always offered, a world that is open and a journey that is genuinely theirs to shape. The tall grass will still be at the edge of the starting town. The first choice will still matter. The world beyond the first step will still be genuinely larger than it appears from the threshold. The specific quality of silence that surrounds a Pokemon adventure in its quieter moments is one of the series' most underappreciated gifts, a quality connected to the spaces between encounters and between story beats where nothing in particular is required of the player and the world exists simply as a place to move through. These silences are not empty but full of the ambient presence of the world, of the sounds of the environment, of the gradual accumulation of familiarity, with the landscape being traversed without urgency. Players who have spent long hours simply moving through the routes of a beloved region, catching creatures they did not need, and revisiting locations they had already completed, know this quality of silence well. It is the quality of a world that has become genuinely comfortable, that asks nothing and offers everything. The evolution of movement speed across the series, from the relatively slow traversal of the first generation's overworld to the running shoes and faster default speeds of later entries, created a different relationship with the world's geography in different generations. The slower movement of the early games was not a limitation, but a condition, one that required spending more time in any given location, and that therefore created a stronger sense of each location as a specific place rather than simply a stretch of terrain to be crossed. The faster movement of later games served the player's desires for efficiency and for the reduction of friction, but it also changed the felt quality of the world, making it feel slightly smaller and slightly more traversable than the earlier games had allowed it to feel. The bicycle mechanic that appeared in every generation as a way to move more quickly across routes created its own specific experience, the particular quality of speed available to a player who had acquired the right item and was using it through a familiar stretch of terrain. The bike was not simply faster than walking, but carried a different relationship with the environment, the world moving past more quickly, and the encounters accumulating at a different rate. Players who found their favored relationship with the world to be a walking one sometimes found the bike to be a disruption of that relationship rather than an improvement, its speed removing the quality of attention that slower movement allowed. The specific challenge of the Safari Zone and its equivalents, areas where the normal mechanics of catching Pokémon were replaced by a system that offered limited tools and time, created an experience of scarcity and urgency that was quite different from the ordinary rhythms of wild Pokémon encounters. Finding a specific creature within the Safari Zone's constraints required patience and a willingness to accept outcomes that the normal system did not impose, and the creatures available exclusively through this system carried the particular value of things that had required a specific kind of effort to obtain. The Safari Zone was not always beloved, but it was always memorable, and the creatures acquired through its specific challenges were remembered differently than creatures acquired through ordinary means. The Pokémon that could only be found in very small numbers throughout a region, appearing rarely and briefly in locations that were otherwise sparsely populated with other species, created the specific experience of searching for something genuinely rare within a world that was otherwise abundant. The patience required to find these creatures, the repetitive encounters with unwanted species while waiting for the specific one to appear, was a form of engagement that tested something different than battle skill or knowledge of the type system. It tested the specific quality of persistence, of remaining attentive through repetition, of continuing to try when the outcome was uncertain and the wait was long. The shiny Pokémon that appeared throughout the series as extremely rare color variants of ordinary species, distinguished from their standard counterparts only by their different coloration and the brief sparkle effect that announced their appearance, created a category of discovery whose significance was entirely disproportionate to any mechanical advantage they conferred. Shiny Pokémon were not stronger than their standard counterparts. They did not have access to different moves or different statistical profiles. They were simply differently colored, and their rarity was the entirety of what made them special. Yet the response to finding one was consistently one of the most intense experiences these games could produce, because the rarity was genuine and the encounter was genuinely unexpected, and the brief window of opportunity to capture it was genuinely high stakes. The shiny Pokémon was the series' purest expression of the value of rarity for its own sake. The long hours that dedicated players spent hunting for specific shiny Pokémon, resetting the game repeatedly, or traversing specific routes for hours in hopes of the specific color variant appearing, created a relationship with patience and with time that was specific to this activity, and that generated its own community of shared experience. Players who had spent dozens or hundreds of hours hunting a specific shiny, and who had finally found it, understood something about sustained effort and its rewards that the ordinary course of these games could not teach. The hunting was its own form of engagement with the game's world, a form organized entirely around a single quality of attention that the world would eventually reward if held for long enough. The concept of a signature move, a move associated specifically with a single Pokémon or a single evolutionary line that expressed something specific about that creature's nature or capabilities, created some of the series' most memorable individual creatures by giving them something that no other creature possessed. A signature move was not just mechanically distinctive, but narratively and aesthetically distinctive, an expression of identity that connected the specific characteristics of the creature to a specific set of capabilities that only it could access. The creature was, in a real sense, defined by what it could do that nothing else could, and this definition created a depth of character that creatures without signature moves sometimes lacked. The legendary Pokémon who possessed signature moves were particularly well served by this design approach, because their unique moves could be calibrated specifically to express what was mythologically or symbolically distinctive about each creature rather than simply what was strategically useful. A legendary Pokemon's signature move could tell a story about what the creature was, about what forces it represented, and what effects it had on the world when it acted with its full power. The move was not just a combat tool, but a characterization, a crystallization of the creature's identity into a single, repeatable act. The connection between a Pokemon's signature move and its Pokedex entries created a coherence between how the creature was described and what it could do that the game's best designs exploited. A creature described as consuming the life force of those around it would have moves that reflected this quality. A creature described as moving faster than the eye could follow would have moves that expressed this speed. When the correspondence between description and capability was precise, the creature felt genuinely realized, a coherent entity, rather than simply a collection of statistics and associations. The broader story of the Pokémon franchise, the story of how a series beginning as a game about collecting creatures on the Game Boy came to occupy the position it holds today, is itself a story worth sitting with in the quiet of a late evening. It is a story about the specific quality of an idea that happens to be perfectly suited to the moment of its expression, an idea whose time had come in the specific sense that the people who encountered it were ready to receive it and to carry it forward into their own lives in ways that would eventually make it larger than any of its creators had imagined it would become. The specific quality of that original idea, the premise of a world of creatures that could be encountered and partnered and developed, was not complex, but it was complete. It had within it everything necessary to generate the enormity that followed, because it touched something genuine about how human beings relate to the non-human world, about the desire for connection with creatures different from ourselves, about the specific pleasure of mastery developed through patient engagement rather than sudden acquisition. The idea was not a commercial strategy, though it proved to be an extraordinarily successful one, but an expression of genuine interest in a genuine possibility, and the genuineness of that interest communicated itself to the people who received it. The world that has accumulated around that original idea, across all the games and all the media and all the decades and all the people whose lives have been touched by the franchise in ways both minor and significant, is testimony to the specific power of genuine ideas expressed with genuine care. Not every game in the series has been perfect. Not every decision made across the franchise's history has been the right one. The series has struggled at times and succeeded at others, and the specific pattern of its struggles and successes is part of what makes it interesting as a subject of reflection. But through all of it, the original idea has remained genuinely compelling, and the people who have returned to it across decades have found it still capable of offering what it originally offered, the world beyond the starting town, the creature at your side, the journey that is genuinely yours. The night holds all of this now, quietly, without urgency. The games are wherever you left them, patient as they have always been, ready to continue whenever you are ready to return. The adventure does not diminish in the waiting. If anything, it deepens, acquiring the particular richness of things that have been anticipated rather than simply resumed. Rest well. There is always more world to discover, and it will be there when you are ready to discover it. The design of Pokémon villains across the series has traced an arc that is worth following carefully, because each new villain organization represented not just a different threat for the player to overcome, but a different vision of what was wrong with the world and what an adequate response to that wrongness might look like. The earliest villains were defined almost entirely by their actions rather than their philosophies. their motivations sketched in the broadest possible terms, and their complexity limited to whatever could be communicated through brief dialogue exchanges. This sparseness was appropriate to the first generation's storytelling register, where everything was broad strokes, and the player's imagination was expected to supply the details. But it also meant that the villains were the aspect of the game that aged most visibly, their cartoonish quality becoming more apparent with each subsequent generation that demonstrated what a more seriously realized villain could achieve. Team Aqua and Team Magma in the third generation were the first villains in the series to be given coherent philosophies that were connected to specific views about the natural world and its optimal state. The members of these organizations genuinely believed in the goals they were pursuing, genuinely saw themselves as acting in the world's best interest, and the game's presentation of their conflict acknowledged this sincerity without endorsing it. The tragedy of two groups, each convinced of their own rightness, each pursuing goals that would be catastrophic if achieved, and each unable to see the problem with their own certainty, was not fully developed in the third generation storytelling, but it was present as a genuine theme in a way that earlier generations' villain plots had not managed. The expansion of villain complexity in the fifth generation created the most fully realized antagonist in the series' history, and in doing so, raised the bar for everything that followed. The care with which N's psychology was developed, the consistency of his convictions across every encounter, the genuine tragedy of his situation, all of these were achievements that subsequent generations had to reckon with rather than simply build upon. The question of what came after N, of how the series could continue to develop its villain characters, without simply attempting and failing to replicate what the fifth generation had accomplished, was one that different subsequent games answered in different ways and with different degrees of success. The villain teams of later generations tended to acknowledge the difficulty of following the fifth generation by finding different registers rather than attempting to compete directly. The seventh generation's villain, or more precisely the character whose actions drove the conflict rather than the organization nominally responsible for it, worked in a register of genuine human damage and genuine human longing that the fifth generation had approached but not quite reached, the damage of a parent who had lost themselves to an obsession, and the longing of a child who wanted their parent back. This register was quieter than the philosophical confrontations of the fifth generation, but in some ways more immediately affecting, because it was rooted in experiences that required no abstract understanding to feel the weight of. The Pokémon Professor characters who bookended each game's narrative, standing at the beginning as the authority who set the journey in motion and sometimes appearing at the end to acknowledge its completion, formed a lineage of scholarly figures whose specific characteristics reflected each generation's sense of what the study of Pokémon meant and what the proper relationship between human knowledge and the natural world looked like. Professor Oak's generosity in offering his research tools to a child was the archetype from which all subsequent professors departed, and the qualities he expressed, the openness, the genuine interest, the willingness to send someone else into the world to do the work his age or circumstance prevented him from doing himself, were qualities that subsequent professors shared in varying degrees. Professor Elm in the second generation was defined by a more specific and more anxious intelligence than Oak's, a scientist so absorbed in his specific research that the world beyond his laboratory sometimes surprised him. His genuine care for the player and his genuine excitement about the discoveries the journey was producing were expressed through the specific filter of his researcher's personality, which made them feel more particular and therefore more real than a less differentiated characterization might have achieved. Elm was the first professor who felt like a specific person rather than an archetype, and this specificity was part of what made him memorable. The subsequent professors continued this movement toward specific and distinctive characterization, each one expressing a different aspect of what it meant to be a person who had dedicated their life to the study of Pokémon. Some were defined by their particular research focus, others by their relationship to the communities they worked within, others by specific qualities of personality that connected to the region's broader cultural identity. Together, they created a tradition within the series of respected and caring elder figures whose function was to connect the player's adventure to a larger framework of knowledge and inquiry that extended beyond any single journey. The deep nights of a Pokémon adventure, the sessions that extended past the point where ordinary timekeeping had been abandoned and the world outside the screen had grown completely quiet, created a quality of immersive absorption that was specific to these games and to the specific kind of engagement they offered. Other games could create absorption through urgency, through the pressure of immediate consequences that demanded constant attention. The Pokémon games created absorption through interest, through the gentle accumulation of things worth knowing, and places worth visiting, and creatures worth finding, a quality that did not demand attention, but made attention feel like its own reward. The memory of those long nights of play, of emerging from them into an early morning that felt both surprising and perfectly natural, of carrying the world of the game into waking life for a few transitional minutes, was one of the experiences that the generation who grew up with these games remembered most vividly and most affectionately. It was not the memory of any specific in-game event, but the memory of a quality of engagement, of what it felt like to be genuinely absorbed in a world that offered enough to sustain that absorption across the hours without depleting it. The games understood something essential about how to be genuinely interesting rather than simply stimulating, and the deep nights of play were the evidence of that understanding. If this long journey through the world of these games has offered even a fraction of that quality, if it has created a space of gentle absorption that made the hours of listening feel well spent, then it has done what it set out to do. The games themselves will be more generous, as they always are. They offer not just words about a world, but the world itself, available for entry whenever the moment is right and the tall grass at the edge of the starting town is calling. Thanks for watching. If these quiet details helped you relax, there's another video waiting on the left of your screen. You can let it play as you close your eyes. You might hear something soothing before you fall asleep again.